And Addison, my dear, thank you so much for getting on the list. You'll be the first person read for today. You'll also be having an additional card in your reading. Very rough morning. Hold on a minute, Rebecca. Hold on, I just lost my spot. Very rough morning, but I'm persevering. That's what you got. Listen, that is embracing that Taurus energy. Okay, we persevere. Right? It's like when the wind is strong, we are stronger, right? Like it's all in the shoulders right now. It's leaning in. All right. That's why I always describe Taurus energy as shoulder energy. It's is you know. I took a nap yesterday and slept so long this morning too. I needed rest, feeling 610. I mean, again, like sleep right now is kind of garbage. We've been talking about that. And it's because and no flack to Pisces, no flack to Aries energy, but Pisces energy, it's hard to get up. Aries energy, it's hard to stay down. If you got issues with the head area right now, the thing when we got a lot of planets in Aries is it starts having potentially an impact on our head, right? We can feel like more pressure there too. Make sure you are hydrating. Make sure you're hydrating. We are literally back to where we were a few months ago. Okay. Planets, move! Like, move. Bridget, good to see you, dear. I hope you're having a beautiful day. And thank you for sharing the live. Everybody's between a 6 and a 7 right now. Haley, between a 6 or 7, trying to persevere, relying on strength and resilience to get me through. Continue to do that work. Absolutely. Tap to claim. Grand Rising Addison, be possible to do my reading ahead of the collective. I have to do the readings afterwards because if I start doing it for one person, I have to do it for everyone. So I hope you understand. But again, you'll be read for as soon as the collective is done. And if you're not here when we start and when we end the collective, you're always on the list for the reading. It's just I have to be fair in that. I apologize. That said, friends, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. I want to give you an update on what we've been seeing. Step away. No worries, dear. You're never going to miss your reading here. You're absolutely never going to miss the reading. So we'll get your reading. So let's. Right before I started giving this recap, somebody said feelings yuck. And I think that there's no better summarization on what we've been seeing with this energy right now, because um, we've had a little wonkiness that's happening planetarily. So I keep on describing it as this yo-yo because you'll remember that we began, like, I want to say we got to go way back. It's not that, it's just a few weeks ago. Before we started this eclipse cycle, we had a bunch of planets in Aries, right? And then we had the eclipse cycle happen, and we had we had two retrogrades occur, a Mercury retrograde and a Venus retrograde at the same time, which is like a real bang up job, especially as it has to do with like spaces around the ego or feeling that sense of again, potentially being triggered, working through a lot of that space. But there's something very, very important that was happening at that same time, that we saw that Neptune was advancing into Aries. So it has a lot to do, the energy right now has a lot to do with navigating the realms of the sentiment. And, one of the things that was coming through in our readings over the last few days, that is, and I think that a lot of that work that we're seeing right now, the reason that there's something here that feels like it's emotional and triggering, but also affirming, is recognizing and identifying absence, right? And it's hard, right? When we're on certain path work, the ability to not see something that isn't there, it's impossible, right? It can sometimes feel like that sense of frustration, because we saw that for a lot of the energy and separation, recognizing that one of the most important qualities that we have when we work in energy has to do with being able to maintain consistency, right? Because and this is what's interesting about the readings that are coming through right now. It's the observation that having something consistent and awful can sometimes be less triggering than something that is good but inconsistent, because at least if something is in, I keep like, at least if something is in a low note, right? If something's in a low note and it just, you always know that the note is low, right? There's a security in that, right? There's a feeling of that stabilization point. But often we find ourselves in energetic connections that are unstable, and it's not because they're necessarily negative, but because the inconsistency is the negativity aspect, right? Because it creates that feeling of anxiety in the self. We were just describing this as relationships based upon inspiration or burst energy, because you never know what to energetically expect. It's like your hackles are constantly raised. You're in a constant state of energetic expectation, with uncertainty being the only certainty. And so what we're seeing right now across all of the frequencies, and this has a lot to do with like this alignment point that we're seeing as the energy is coming back into Aries. And I think the thing that's interesting about the energy coming into Aries right now is the energy is coming into Aries aligned. Right? Like it pulled back into Pisces in a very messy place. It pulled back into Pisces like very haphazardly. I told you there was a lot of that awkwardness that we saw as it relates to like the K turn that we saw that the planets seemed like they were making as they were going back into Pisces. But what was beautiful about that is that ability of kind of, I keep on seeing, and this is really important, the ability for Mercury and Venus to wake up, if you will, behind Neptune, right? Some of that sentimentality reemerging, but with the optics of the present. This is reaffirming the intentionality or the investiture as it relates to the constancy that we build in relationships. And this is having a different impact depending on where you find yourselves on the frequency cycles. Now, for masculine and feminine energy that is in separation, I keep on, and what's interesting is during the cycle that we were experiencing, I just want to walk you through some of the cycles we've been seeing as it relates to partnership. When we began the year, there were a lot of warrior relationships, which is that I'm connecting those effectively to Queen of Swords energy, right? Because a lot of that energy was recognizing and building upon a pathwork of determination. And I kept on describing those partnerships as like wonder twin energy. Like they came together and they just hit the ground running. Right? It was like attracting like. It was seeing the strength in another and feeling the security of that empowered a lot of those relationships. This last energetic cycle that we were moving through felt more akin to chariot energy, and that's why I feel we've been getting all of these messages as it relates to seeing the endearing quality of consistent effort, because these aren't energies or relationships that are coming together very quickly. There's a lot of that trepidation, a lot of that energy healing from circumstances or situations where it felt like the bottom would drop out of the relationship. That uncertainty, that feeling of walking on eggshells from a place of constant uncertainty, right? Not being able to put your finger on what's wrong often is indicative of the fact that something isn't energetically consistent, because what you have is good, but if it's not consistent, it's awful, right? So we see even now that a lot of that energy is coming together with like a lot of that trust that's being built, but also releasing a lot of frustration, because we see a lot of this energy coming into divine union, and they're not saying to each other, you're the wind beneath my wings. They're saying you're the ground beneath my feet. Because when we have that constancy as it relates to the frequency of relationship, it doesn't require us to concentrate on it constantly, which is why we see a lot of that energy moving into hermit energy, being able to go into a space where they can flourish and grow, because it's the first time they're having the opportunity to concentrate solely on the self, but not in a selfish way, but in a way that is created from the stability of the energetic peace that we create for one another. While for a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, what we're effectively seeing is there's a lot of, I feel like a lot of the energy right now, deep within divine union, is in temperance energy. And the reason I keep on seeing that the energy deep within divine union right now is in temperance energy is because they're dipping their toe into healing. They're dipping their toe into healing. And if you look at the temperance card, which we will be studying in my tarot church class program, we talk like we're going to talk a little bit about that interesting position that we see that is found in the temperance card, because it has to do with the delicacy by which one has to approach something in the state of trying to heal it, right? Understanding and recognizing that intention is not enough to heal something. It requires that moment of mutual adaptability, because we keep on getting a lot of lessons I see that are occurring right now for energy deep within divine union is that if when we try to push healing in places, even the healing becomes toxic, because it's not about intention. When we said about healing, it's based upon the condition by which another person chooses to receive it. This is why we sometimes create harm in a moment when we're trying to do the best, because if we're not being conscientious of what another person receives, the healing becomes atonal, right? And isn't it and like the intentionality is not recognized or realized in the same way. That's why I keep on hearing the message, extending the olive branch but not the tree, and the counterparts are helping each other as it relates to how that work feels, checking the ego as they do. For a lot of the energy in separation, though, what I see is happening is it does feel that a lot of this energy returning back into Aries is no longer building into the relationships based on chariot energy. It feels like magician energy, because everything is on the table. Everything is on the table. There's a lot of hashing things out, and there's a lot of authenticity that is being brought forth in some of these new relationship dynamics, particularly and especially because often what happens in modalities where another person arrives to us, but they're not energetically consistent, we start to build that unconscious need to feel like we need to show up more or outperform to build into the sense of drawing another person's attention to us. This is why I see that a lot of energy moving away from unhealthy relationships, and especially particularly in spaces where the airing of the frustration would send someone away from them, right? Recognizing that unhealthy relationships don't allow for the ability to adjust or resolve or work things out. This is a lot of the energy that's kind of in this space of like putting everything on the table and saying, like, this is who I am, but they're not doing so in a way that they're saying that they refuse to change. This is a lot of the energy in separation saying, I'm refusing, like the ability to be authentic is protection, because when we're working on ourselves, when we know our own assignments, we are proud of, and again, this is a bit of the gift of coming out of that Venus and Mercury retrograde, right? When we recognize what we're working on, we're very proud. I keep on hearing we're very proud to show that work. We're very proud to talk about it, right? Because this is the energy that says that that's not messiness, it's a work in progress. And if showing our work to another moves them away from us, that's protection, right? Like that's energetic protection, because that's the ability that they're saying to one another coming into partnership. I like the desire to change is ever present, but changing in ways that they're both energetically proud of. That is where we find all of the energy prior to beginning today's daily collective read. Now, if you would like to catch that full reading, you can find it over in the place where we keep the videos. You can also find it on the place where you keep the photos. You can also find it as a podcast over on my spot at Tarot Church and over on my Substack. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you would like to get on the list for a reading today, the list, as always, is open. As always, it is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Also, if you have any relevant information that you would like to share with me for your reading, for instance, if you're having a dream interpretation or a past life reading you're looking to have more insight on, you can share that information in the Notes app when you send the donation, or if you are a subscriber on the Clock app or over on my Substack, you have access to our subscriber-only Discord channel, and you can post the information there as well. Oh my God, Gabagool, I love your username too. Welcome. I saw someone the other day with a license plate Oh my gosh, it's so good. Now I'm hungry. Thank you, Haley, for liking the live. Grand Rising, little vamp. So good to see you today, Rebecca. Hi there, H. Riley. Hope you're having a beautiful day. If you're joining us across the other apps and would like to get on the list, you can do so as well via my tree, the tree that has Binks in it in my bio. And good to see you, Bridget. Can you recommend a book on astrology and planets? I can, so as it relates to astrology, I've got a bunch of astrology books I like. My favorite books, and I know they're a little antiquated, are Linda Goodman's books. I absolutely adore Linda Goodman, but I know I've got so many other astrologers that have amazing work that they do in the space of books. Colin's book is really great too. Let me just get, I'm just trying to remember the name of their book. Hold on. I mean, there's so many. There's so many. I mean, it really. Here's the thing: you got to tell me what you're looking for in astrology books, because all of the astrology books are different as it relates to like what it is you're energetically seeking. I'm a big fan of Linda Goodman's because Linda Goodman did a lot of work in breaking down how the interplay of the astrology towards one another, which I always think is absolutely beautiful. Um, Colin's book, Queer Cosmos, is absolutely wonderful as well. Colin Bettle, and I mean, he does such exceptional work in breaking into the astrology, like the psychology behind the star signs, and then of course Chani, because like who can who can forget Chani? I mean, but you guys know Chani. It feels silly to like recommend Chani's books. Hi there, Elisa. Good to see you. And Haley, thank you for sharing the live. Welcome, ladies. How are you doing today? I love your username. Ladies elevate each other. Thank you for the compliment on my hair, Z baby. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Happy to read for you on that, Asher. If you'd like to be on the list, list is open. Grand Rising Evie. And good to get out of here if they aren't worthy of abundance. Well, again, recognize and identify what feels like it's energetic alignment to you. Sending you support on that, GABA, and you love your username. And thank you. And Martina, thank you for the follow, dear. Hi, how you doing today, Veronica? And beautiful disaster tarot. I love that name. I hope you're having a beautiful day as well. As I mentioned, friends, we are going to get started on today's Daily Collective in the next few minutes. If you would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the second person read for. Also, I want to give you guys a couple of updates before we get started. First and foremost, you have an awesome day as well, dear. I want to thank all of you who attended our recent class on the Hangman card. Our next class is going to be held on Wednesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We are going to be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the death card. If you would like to become a part of that tarot class program, it's not that scary, okay? If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is mosey on over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into my live classes each and every month. You will also, as a paid subscriber, have access to, as a paid monthly subscriber, have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library Archive. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will be doing my best to give you updates on everything that we studied prior to beginning a next class, but the material is there for you to receive when you're ready to receive it. Now is a great time to become a subscriber, because if you did want to catch up, you've got a whole month. You've got a whole month ahead of you that you can start to study. That's about 2 classes per week. Now, you'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions that you may have in relation to anything we've learned or have studied thus far. And if you become a founding member, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, you will also receive access to the entirety of the Tarot Church Library. That's access to over 13 hours worth of material in an ever expanding library. You will also have access to a complimentary option of having a complimentary mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your personal tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes to the best of your advantage going forward. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining us in those classes. I also want to encourage you that even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there because you can stay up to date on all of our new offerings or services. I also post there each day our spread and the podcast if you actually want to see what the cards are looking like each day. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal spiritual goals and journey work. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients that are seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. I also want to let you guys know that I also offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these on an individual level per dream or as a series. I would suggest that if you purchase the series for the dream interpretation, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to help understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. That said, we are going to get started on today's daily collective read in the next few minutes. But if you'd like to get on the list for today, the list, as always, is open. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a demotion, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. If you'd like to get on the list, you'll be the second person read for. We are also doing, hold on a minute. Okay. We are also doing 2 different contests today. The first contest we're doing is we will be doing a reading giveaway at 50K likes. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we are doing today is we will be doing a reading giveaway for a free reading for the highest gifter between now and the conclusion of the Daily Collective. So I wish you a lot of luck in winning that if you are participating as well. And I'm just going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving those recaps. You're so welcome, beautiful. The dream space has been wild. I know the dream space has been wild. The dream space is going to continue to be wild right now. The thing about it, and I keep on, here's the thing. Mars has moved into Leo, but and I would not be surprised. Like, one of the things that we experienced when Mars was in Cancer, because Mars doesn't want to be in Cancer. Okay, Mars does not want to be in Cancer. Mars wants to be in Leo. Mars is fine being in Leo. So, like a lot of, I feel like I'm hoping that the dream space right now is potentially going to be calming down as it relates to circumstances or situations akin to, I feel like the energy when Mars was in Cancer was like conflict. I like to hope that now that we've seen Mars moving into Leo, those dreams are going to feel more like resolution, right? Because I'm going to tell you right now, the key word that we're working on right now is resolve, right? The work it takes to resolve things. And Haley, thank you for purchasing that subscription, dear, and welcome. Missy, thank you for those gifts as well. Wild indeed. I'm not bringing any of them back, though. They sit right on the edge. Yep, I'm not surprised about that. I'm not surprised because, and I'm going to tell you, it's with the energy moving back into Aries. Um, I feel like there's probably going to be a lot of like half remembered dreams or things of that nature because, and I keep on describing it. We gotta get off this meridian between Pisces and Aries. It's doing like a real number on us. And it's like we keep on going this yo-yo, going back and forth. Like I just forgot something. I'm going to tell you right now, Pisces placements, you're probably having a lot of abandonment wounds coming up. Aries energy is probably having a lot of intimacy wounds coming up. Taurus energy, probably seeing red flags everywhere or being about to like, because now we've got all these planets marching back into Aries. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. Yeah, I know. They're right there. Yeah, and then they're gone. Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about, Bridget. Haley, I needed to extend past the one I was gifted. Thank you. Love being a part of the community. Oh, thank you, Haley. We love having you here. I appreciate that. And thank you to those who have gifted subscriptions to others. Deeply, deeply appreciate that. I know it's frustrating. It's going to, and I feel like it's going to be like that until we have a bunch of these planets. And here's the thing about it. Like I'm getting the messages. These are like some of these half remembered dreams are around sore subjects. I'm telling you, some of these half remembered dreams is because like the guides are just like, that's not helpful. Like the guides are like, that's not helpful. you know, like I feel like there's a lot of guides checking the border of the dream into the terrestrial space, being like, nope, 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 no, absolutely not. Like, like no, no, that one stays here. Oh, as I mentioned, friends, we're about to get started. If you guys could do me a favor and share this live, I would appreciate it. Make sure anyone who'd like to catch this reading live is here to receive it. That said, and just a reminder, if you do have, and I will point this out, if you don't know, if you can't remember the full dream, I can do readings on half remembered dreams. One of the things we often do, and I talk about this a lot with the dream interpretation reading series, is we do work in that space and understanding why you're not being able to remember dreams, and also trying to fill in the gaps. Right, figuring out how the pieces effectively connect. Right, so we can do that here as well. And if you'd like to get on the list today, all you need to do is send a donation payment. You'll be the second person on the list for today. 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation, 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for on this app or these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. We are also doing 2 different giveaways today. The first giveaway we are doing is when we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen and we will get to 50K in no time. The other giveaway we're doing today is the highest gifter will also be added on the list today for a reading. For those who are joining us, if you're interested, if you'd like to see the full list of offerings that you can have readings on, you'll find it in the tree that has Binks in it in my bio. We do dream interpretation. We do past life. We do pet readings. We do animal spirit guide readings. We do highest priority messages from spirit. We do angelic guidance, mediumship. We also do, have I missed any? I think that's everything. We also do love readings, of course. And all you need to do if you'd like to get on that list is send the donation. Also, please remember, if you have relevant information you would like to share with me, for instance, if you would like to tell me a dream so that I can interpret it, or you have information around a past life, you can include in the notes when you send the donation. Or if you are a subscriber to our Discord, you can post it there in the designated channels for it. Thank you, Bella, for sharing the live with friends. Always appreciate when you guys share the live. Root Healing, thank you so much for the follow. And Haley, thank you for sharing the live. Thank you as well, Mother. Good to see all of you today. That said, No better. I will point out, if you'd like to get on the list for today, please do so sooner rather than later, as the list will be kept very short today. That said, no better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Oh, we can't get started. I'm not wearing my mic. We're not getting started yet. Hold on. I need my microphone. It's one of those days. I'm excited for the collective too, Haley. There we go. That's better. All right, let's try that again. No better time than the present. Why don't we get started? Welcome, everyone. Happy Wednesday. I'm the Grace Strega, and I'm here to give you your daily collective read for today, Wednesday, April 23rd, 2025. What do we have coming through in the cards for today? Can I please have the first two cards in our 5-card spread? First two cards we are carrying today. Interestingly, we've got here our Knight of this. We've got our Knight of Cups in its upright in combination with our Knight of Wands in its reversal. That is interesting. All right. Let's talk a little bit about this energy right now. So one of the things that we're experiencing right now, I'm just going to keep on talking about this because this is effectively the yo-yo that we're experiencing. We've been having like an emotional yo-yo moment, okay? And a lot of that is because I'm just going to walk you through what we've been seeing astrologically to give you a little clarity on what we've been experiencing energetically. We had a bunch of planets in Aries, right, before the eclipse started. And then the eclipse started and everything started pulling back into Pisces, right? It was like Mercury and Venus is being dragged back into Pisces, okay, as Neptune was moving into Aries. And this is incongruous. Okay, this is incongruous. It's incongruous energy because Neptune is usually the caboose. It's usually it's the space of memory, right? And what we had basically had happen right after that eclipse cycle is, and I always describe, like when I read for the energy, when the planets come out of retrograde, it's like they wake up, right? So we had Mercury and Venus both wake up behind Neptune. So it's being able to look at things from the optics of love and sentimentality in new ways, right? And there's a bit, and I keep on seeing that there's something that's happening right now, especially with all of this energy in Taurus, which is understanding, observing. When we understand the value and weight of what we energetically carry, it strengthens our own resolve as it relates to how we progress forward. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy, right? But we're also like, and here's here's a bit of the gift of the Taurus energy, because Taurus energy often helps us work through lessons of remembering that what is best is not what's easy, that comfortability is one that is often, and this is what's hard for Taurus energy, okay? And we talk about this here. We talk about the fact that all of the lessons, all of the energy arrives in a certain position and works through an energetic lesson as they do so. So we see even now that there's a lot of that space in navigating the transition point of Taurus energy. And what is a lot of the work that the Taurus energy do? Taurus energy have a very refined sense of comfort. That's why we talk about it as majestic energy. But when you build into a majestic sense of comfort, right? When you've got this refined sense of comfort, right? What's interesting for a lot of the Taurus energy is understanding that often a deeper comfort can be found when we're able to push ourselves, like like to push I keep on getting, it's nudge energy, right? We nudge ourselves in compassionate directions. And when we nudge things in compassionate directions, we sometimes have to experience discomfort, but we don't build conditionally into the wall of the discomfort of the moment, but in the peace that we see on the other side of it, right? Like that's a lot of that work. And for those with Taurus placements, and that's the thing about it. We see this a lot with those with Taurus placements because it's learning the gift of the comfortability that can be found. It's the paradox of comfortability of acquired taste. Like Taurus come here to understand acquired taste, which is again, sometimes there's a refinement point in comfortability when you find the determination point of not doing what you're comfortable with, right? Like I keep on, you push your own energetic boundary, but in ways that are intentional. This is what we talk about when we talk about expansion, right? Expansion is often articulated with getting out of one's comfort zone, but not beyond who one is, right? It's the comfortability of who one aspires to be. And so this is why I see right now that there's a lot of this work is having what's interesting is you'll remember a few days ago, like last week was all about asynchronous lessons. This is feeling like the lessons are coming back into alignment because we've got a lot of planetary alignment that's happening right now between Jupiter, Neptune, Venus, and Saturn. And then we're going to get into this a little bit more. Can I have the center card for today's spread? Because this is how it's impacting the frequencies. Yep, we've got here the King of Swords in its reversal. Let's talk about heart opening, right? When we're working through spaces, when we're working through heart openings, it's not easy. And that's also like there's a lot of this space that we're seeing here that has to do with the strength found through vulnerability, right? That strength is often articulated upon being able to be vulnerable about ourselves. Because I keep on hearing, if we are honest with ourselves, then we can be energetically honest with others, right? It talks a lot. There's a lot of conversation that's coming here right now in relationality to being guarded, right? When we're guarded, right? When we're guarded about things, we can't allow for something to be healed, right? When we're energetically guarded, and even sometimes, listen, sometimes we're guarded against places, and this is what we talk about in relationality to trauma. Like trauma creates spaces where our guard is up, right? There's often a good reason why we have to have our guard up in traumatic spaces, but this is why we talk about the journey of healing isn't trying to fix everything. It's utilizing discernment in relationality to moving away from energetic trauma, but also identifying and recognizing what feels like it can be fixed, right? There's a lot of this. It's like, there's a lot of work right now that's happening as it relates to the adaptability of what can change versus the inflexibility of being energetically guarded. And I keep on hearing like the thing about it, and this is why we have to heal from trauma, because often we bring trauma forward towards us, with us, when we become guarded in places that we needed to be guarded, right? But then we become the vector of trauma when we don't learn to put that armor down, right? And that's why I keep on seeing that there's like a delicacy that's happening here, because I keep on seeing, and this is why it's having an impact across the frequencies, because for a lot of the energy right now, being in that authenticity is the energetic shield, right? Because it's the recognition of I keep on hearing the vulnerable shield, wherein you're able to be in one's own authenticity. And if another person is, I keep on hearing, if another person is rejected by you being authentic, then that is protection. Like rejection is the illusion, right? Because when we're going through those spaces and we're worried about rejection, then we build into the context of feeling the sense of being conditional or fearing, right? And this is what happens. Or like it's like a repeating cycle. Like you're worried about rejection, so you get very you get very rigid, and then someone doesn't get to know you, and then there's more rigidness. So when we start being more in the space of just when we love ourselves, when we come into that space of building into the context of appreciation of the self, then it's almost like I keep on hearing, it's like the energy that allows for the observation of the experience of others. And you don't try to, like I keep on hearing, you don't try to change others' energy, you just kind of accept someone where you find them, right? And this is why I keep on seeing that this is difficult right now. This is like a lot of the work in separation. I see a lot of energy working through the hurdle or the difficulty that we often experience in being in our authenticity, right? And being in that space of being energetically open, right? Because this is this is what we talk about you know, the easiest things are the hardest things. And I think it's interesting too, because I almost hear like a lot of the energy, I almost hear a lot of the energy in separation almost saying to themselves, like, be yourself, right? And I keep on hearing be yourself, but I'm seeing a bee, but it's like be yourself, which is like it's so stinging because it's so hard, right? It's so hard to do, especially when we have a lot of trauma in relationality to those things. Now, for a lot of the energy right now in separation, this is why I keep on seeing that there's so much of that, like there's so much of that vulnerability that is coming through, because that ability, like I just keep on seeing the energy saying that that is a gift that they're giving themselves. And it's almost like it's interesting because I keep on hearing the energy in separation saying never was it harder to be in my authenticity. And in that moment, even in that space, they're recognizing and seeing like how that feels or how that changes something. There's like a malleability here, which is really beautiful. While for energy that is coming into, and I got to tell you right now, there's something really important in relationality to how it's impacting masculine energy, because I've got a lot of the masculine energy on the table right now, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what it feels most aligned to. Um, and this may even be a lot of masculine energy having heart to hearts with other masculine energy, because it almost feels like that space of like masculine coming into some kind of collective healing space. For feminine, I'm very curious because I haven't seen a lot of feminine energy on the table. Again, bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. Can I get two cards? Two cards coming through with our Eight of Cups in its upright in combination with our Three of Pentacles in its reversal. This is like it's giving me like there's so much of this energy here, and this is happening across all of the frequencies. I keep on hearing fresh start. I keep on hearing fresh start. But what's beautiful about that is I keep on seeing that there's a lot of energy that's understanding like the manifestation of a fresh start is like when we let go of bitterness, then we allow the adaptability of an energetic fresh start, because we're not holding ourselves, like we're not like holding ourselves. I keep on hearing we're not holding ourselves ransom in the prison of our own bitterness, right? Like I keep on, it's like that's I mean, I know that sounds very specific, but that's how the message is coming through. When we let go, when we start to heal, we stop holding ourselves ransom in the walls of our own bitterness, right? Because often, and this is the thing about it, they're saying bitterness creates a cage within us, right? We get trapped in our own bitterness. It stops us from being able to do things. But when we are easy on ourselves, when we forgive ourselves for those moments that we're hard on ourselves, then we're always like I keep on seeing it's the gift that keeps on giving, because we give that same grace to everyone around us, right? It's just it's a lot and I keep on seeing that there's something about that that feels very beautiful. Now, how it's impacting the energies right now, like this is happening across all the frequencies. I'm going to start with the energy and separation clarification right now between between our Knight of Cups in its upright and our Knight of Wands in its reversal. My goodness. Are we really having like a Taurus season where everyone's starting to be easier on themselves? Because never has such a thing occurred ever. never has such never has such a thing occurred ever. Never ever. So like yeah, I want to say like and this is the thing that I'm seeing, and I keep on hearing um it's working like when we're working in a space, there's a lot of work that's happening right now. In I keep on hearing there's a lot of work in navigating through egoic shields, and we've talked about this here, okay, and we've done a lot of the work to try to discuss this. So when we're feeling when we are feeling energetically protective, right? I'm going to go through this one more time. The ego is not something that we need to shed entirely, right? It's something that we check on because it's a shield, right? When we think of the ego as a shield, then we understand that the ego is something that helps us, right? It helps us when we feel like it needs to be energetically protective. But when it's too big, it blinds us, right? We can't see anything beyond it, right? It creates that little wall. So I just keep on seeing, and I think that there's something really beautiful about this because there seems to me Taurus energy. It feels like there's a lot of energy right now utilizing the energy of Taurus, which has to do with the shoulder energy, right? Giving yourself like that determination. I keep on hearing the determination of path work to keep one's shield at a reasonable level. I keep on hearing there's energy in separation that's doing work to try to like keep the energetic shield at a reasonable lesson like level, and it's so hard, right? And because that's what we talk about when we're working in this space, because it's like when we're working in new relationship, we want to put it up, right? And so this is the energy that is working to modulate their shield as they're building into new energetic relationships. And I think that there's something beautiful about that because you'll remember I told you that the energy I'm seeing right now in separation is in magician energy, right? And what is one of the beautiful things that we see with the positionality of the magician, right? The magician has one hand down and one hand up. So the magician works to hold back, like hold back the ego. Chill out, right? Chill out, ego, while trying to reach for the higher self. Like this is what I'm trying to go for. And in order to reach for that, I gotta chill this part out. Right. So we do that work, and it sometimes feels like we're being pulled apart when we're doing that. But that's what we talk about with that vulnerability, right? It's the ability to find like, and again, and I keep on hearing that there's a lot of energy that's almost in separation. And what are they saying in separation? I'm sick of this, right? Because when we say we're sick of it, we're like, when we're sick of it, like we push outwards, right? And it's like sometimes we have to be sick of something to show up, right? Because when we just stop, like we stop going through the formality, and it's in that moment that another person can encounter us. And that's why I keep on seeing that for a lot of this energy and separation right now, that authenticity, right? Like having that modality of being able to kind of like I keep on hearing like having the gift to remember that you show up for yourself every day. We always show up for ourselves, and when we want to show up more, then we don't get mad at ourselves if we don't feel like we recognize and identify what we can work on. And so I keep on hearing that there's a lot of that space and relationality to um like building into, like, and this is why I keep on hearing like that like like it's coming into that space of heart opening. And this is how like Neptune is helping here, because Neptune moving into Aries, it's like I keep on hearing it's like no woulda, coulda, shoulda. It's just allowing for the ability of saying, and I keep on hearing if you're operating and doing your energetic best, then you're not hard on yourself as you're doing so. And if you have notes, then those are also gifts because it allows for that adaptability wherein you recognize what you can try to change and adjust going forward. And this is what's happening right now across all the frequencies, because you'll remember that there's a lot of energy right now coming into divine union that's going into hermit mode. And I just want to point out, do you see what's interesting that's happening on the exterior? On the exterior, the energy seems like they're going into hermit mode, but interior, this is what it looks like, right? This isn't the energy, like not a lot is happening on the outside, but often when we're having an expansion point, this is the energy that is feeling like they're energetically expanding because they're finally building into the context of relationship that they don't have to worry about the bottom dropping out of it at every moment, that allows for that journey inward. But when we go into the journey inward, the expansion point occurs. So this is the energy that's finding themselves and expanding in the process. Continuing to get clarification, deep within divine union, this is why I see a lot of this energy in temperance energy, because this is a lot of the energy that's working upon the recognition that when we're working to heal something, you can't force healing. I keep on hearing, you can't force healing where healing doesn't want to go. You can't force healing where healing doesn't want to go, right? Like healing is like horses. Because you can create that energetic healing is like horses, because you can create that energetic path. You can have a lot of like directions being like, ta-da! You know what I mean? But ultimately it's healing when another person chooses to move into that vibration with you. And so this is what I see is really beautiful for the counterparts that are working to heal things in ways that they never could before, because this is the energy that says that in those spaces, and this is what we talk about when we're trying to fix something or we're trying to resolve things within us, we just ask each other and say, is my door open? Is that something that I'm open towards, or are there reasons that it's energetically shut? So I keep on seeing that there's something really beautiful in relationality to the energy of counterparts as it relates to working in the space of talking through anxiety, talking through past trauma, to understand. And I keep on hearing the valuation point of whether when we are showing up for ourselves, we say, I'm moving something in accordance with what I hope it will do. My door is energetically open to how that might affect, right? It's giving a lot of that sense of like, give me the conscientiousness of understanding what I can do, and minding the rest in terms of a space of energetic patience. Continuing to get clarification between our Knight of Wands in its reversal in combination with our King of Swords in its reversal. May I have one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our this is beautiful. This is exactly what we're talking about here. This is further clarification on that. The 8 of Wands in its reversal in combination with our 9 of Cups in its reversal, right? So we've talked a lot about this, and we're gonna start with the energy deep within divine union. Being in a healthy spiritual space is not about letting go of everything. What's the point of like that's not how we operate. That and again, we can articulate and recognize the things of energetic value, because when we're moving into a space of divinity, you have to recognize the divine conversation, which is that conversation that we have that helps us find ourselves, because we allow ourselves to effectively be able to articulate upon why something isn't okay, why something isn't right. Because the more that we're able to articulate upon why something isn't right, the more we're able to see the divinity around us, right? The divine energy is one that always is willing to have that conversation. And it's a long conversation. And that's why I keep on seeing that even facilitating that work within the self is the ability to recognize like when we're in a space of healing, we recognize and identify the divine conversation that we're having. And often we can recognize where the egos intervene when we have that divine conversation with ourselves, and those parts of ourselves go, no. like, what was that? Like, what was that? No, we don't want to talk about it. Go away, right? Because in those moments, we understand that the ego is a defense mechanism. It's there to protect us. And in those moments that we often experience that uncertainty or those blockages, we introspect upon them, right? And this is why we say like the healthy ego is the shield that we carry, that it's not does not feel like a burden, right? The healthy shield is like a friend, right? Where sometimes have to guide the ego through things, right? We have to guide the ego through things. Like, come on, buddy, we can do this, because sometimes like the ego wants to get protective, right? But when we look at the ego like a friend, the ego that's like, and we go, chill out, dude. Like, be cool, be cool. Like, we come through these things and it allows us to have those energetic breakthroughs. And so I keep on seeing that what's beautiful for a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union, and this is why it feels like temperance energy, is potentially having conversations with counterpart and saying, is my ego acting as a friend here, or is my ego over is my ego being a little like overly like overly protective. And this is what's beautiful about healthy partnership, is when we're in a space that we trust one another, we can have conversations about our egos. Because we feel the sense, we feel the vibration of not taking something personally, the intimacy that we create in partnership that helps us have sensitive conversations. And this is why we work in terms of not being defensive, because never is it worse to be in a relationship where someone is afraid of you, right? Because when someone's afraid of you in relationship, you always feel like you're right all the time, because it's not that you're right all the time, it's because somebody's legitimately afraid of telling you when you're wrong. Right? And this is why we work on not taking things personally, because it allows us to heal in profound ways in energetic partnership, right? And this brings us to a lot of the energy coming into divine union. And this is why this energy feels that stabilization point, because this is not the energy that feels like I told you, this is chariot relationship, right? And this is why and this is why I think it's beautiful, because remember that a lot of the energy right now deep within divine union is in warrior energy. That's the energy we started with a few months ago. And that's the energy that feels the security of looking at counterpart and saying, I know that this energy is not overly mindful of the feelings, right? That's why I keep on hearing the energy deep within divine union that says feelings have nothing to do with it, because when we're energetically kind, we tell each other things that are hard to hear, because we recognize and identify that it helps us, right? It's not about being nice, it's about being energetically kind. It's being able to go through that path work and feeling that sense of energetic discernment that is often such a gift in healthy partnership. While for masculine and feminine energy coming into divine union, and that's the energy that like looks towards another and says, I tell you because I trust you, right? It's giving me like confidant energy, right? And that's the energy that says, I confide in you because I know you'll check me if the ego is if the ego is doing the thing that the ego does. While for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, this is the energy that I just keep on hearing. This energy, this is why it's going into hermit. I just keep on hearing them sighing and going, finally, 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 finally. Why are they saying finally? Because they're saying finally, I don't have to spend all of my time, effort, and energy worrying about the stabilization point of partnership. When we feel, when we build that sense, when we build into partnership with another who understands the gift that we cultivate in each other and reliability, right? Consistent, committed effort, the reliability of partnership. It allows us to go inward and expand. And this is why I see that there's a lot of healing. Like there's a lot of energy that goes, I'm finally ready to heal. Because this is the energy that's saying, finally, I'm on solid ground enough to do that work. Because when we're not in a healthy place, we can't go inward because we have to keep our energetic guard up. Remember, healing is not taking a certain quality and vibration and holding it. It's learning when you have to hold on to something because it's necessary and when you can let go of it. right? It's articulated in the choice of vibration. While for masculine and feminine in separation right now, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy in separation right now, this is like, I want to describe it a little bit like Popeye energy. It feels a little bit like Popeye energy because this is the energy that's like meeting, and this is why I keep on calling it magician energy because it's saying I am what I am. Like this is who I am. It feels very, but I have to stress this. This is not there is an authenticity here that is feeling like an energetic blessing. You know what I mean? There's a level or degree I see that the energy is coming into in separation. It's not that they don't care. It's the energy that says only I choose upon what I care about. I know what I care about. And if you're finding me this, like I keep on hearing the energy in separation say what you're seeing is the summary of what I care about. What you're seeing is the summation. This I care when we care about ourselves, right? When we care about ourselves, we when we encounter one another, we say, this is the summation of who I am. This is the summation of what I offer. Right. And that's the energy that says how you may experience that, like respectfully. I hear the energy going, I hear the energy going respectfully. That's your problem, right? Because we shouldn't be problems. Like that's the thing. We don't have to be problems to each other. Like we don't think that's the energy that says if there's something about being in the summation of self that another sees as an energetic problem, that is the problem. Like that is the problem. Like that is the problem. Like it should just allow for that ability of being able to be kind of in our space of openness, right? And I keep on hearing this energy that says like when we're doing that work in terms of keeping our side of the street clean, our side of the street clean being ourselves, then if we bring ourselves forward in that way and another person doesn't like like that's the energy that it like it shrugs, it goes happens. It be like that sometimes. It be like that sometimes. And so I feel like there's something about the energies connecting in this way that feels like a relief because this is the energy that's working to be in that modality and then saying, and I keep on seeing the energy saying as long as we're articulating upon what our manifestations are and we're working and being on our authenticity, let's see what that like let's it feels experimental. I keep on hearing the energy that says let's see where that leads, but I need to stress this, they're not saying let's see where that leads like they don't have manifestation goals. They're saying let's see what happens when our energies commingle. Right? Like it's like it feels very scientific. Continuing to get clarification between our King of Swords and its reversal and our Eight of Cups and its upright. Can I get one card to clarify, please? Clarification coming through right now with our Ten of Swords in its upright. It's I love like listen, if there's a card I love me. I absolutely adore a 10 of swords in its upright. I absolutely it's one of my favorite cards. And this is just to show you like not all reversals are bad. I absolutely love a 10 of swords in its upright. You know why? Because a 10 of swords in its upright says every day is a new day. Every day. And when we look at that, when we look at the space that we're not holding on to bitterness, when we're not holding on to regret, we welcome the day with excitement because we say every day is an opportunity to start again. Every day is an ability to take the lessons of the past day and move them into the assignment of the present. And so when we work in that context, right, we stop being so hard on ourselves because we are observant. We recognize the energetic lessons. We look at it like lessons. We say, look, maybe I didn't do something as perfectly as I aspire. That's going to happen every day, right? And maybe there's something I can adapt and adjust. That's going to happen every day. It's I keep on hearing it's like when we let go of regret in the space that we don't beat ourselves up with it, but we take the energetic notes, life becomes free play because it says to me it's the ability to feel excitement and being able to get better at something, right? Like it's not like you don't bludgeon yourself with the regret. You say, I'm glad I can see that. That's something I can observably work towards, right? It's looking at the energetic nodes in a space. And that's why I keep on hearing this energy that's coming towards each other and saying to one another. And this is why the energy is saying, take me as I am, because this is the energy that says, as long as I'm good with myself, you have to take me as I am, because I'm not coming towards you to change into something. I'm not looking for partnership to transform me. This is the energy that says I am my energetic transformation point, right? It's the gift that we give each other when we arrive having done that work, that says I'm not looking for a relationship to move me into something that I'm not. I'm doing my work. And that's why if you're not comfortable with what you see, better to find out sooner. I hear the energy going, better to find out sooner than later. It's giving me a little bit of this like peace out energy, because it's like the energy that says like piecing out is a way, but they're not, but they're saying like the piecing out, because this is the energy that says like, and like it's giving me like the energy that's worked, like it's again, they're healing from the illusion of rejection. Like they're healing from the illusion of rejection. While continuing, energy coming into divine union, clarification between our Eight of Cups in combination with our Three of Pentacles in its reversal. One card to clarify. There's that King of Wands energy in its upright, right? And I think that that's beautiful in that way, because and I'm telling you, this is all that Mars and Leo. I love me a Mars and Leo. I love me a Mars and Leo. Mars and Leo is Braveheart energy. Mars and Leo says it takes a lot of confidence to be the people that we are. And when we find the confidence to be the people that we are, we're proud of that work, right? We don't feel like we need to apologize for ourselves, right? We build into that place of feeling. I keep on saying we build into that place of feeling the energetic excitement point, right? We build into that space that says, and that's why if another person sees us with aversion, you just like, what are you gonna do? Like you don't take it, you don't you like you it be like I keep on hearing the energy going, it be like that sometime, right? It's like, and I keep on hearing this energy that's saying, like, again, this is why it's magician energy, which is like when you're a special tea, not everybody likes the taste of you. It's like if you're a specialty, you're not for everybody, right? But that's the thing about it. Like when you build into that sense, and that's the thing. Like you don't try. I keep on hearing you don't try to dilute your energy, right? You don't try to dilute your energy to be into a space of being more. I keep on hearing you don't dilute your energy to come into a space of being more palatable, right? Like you work in that context of feeling, like I keep on hearing, like feeling the gift of one's own energetic of sense of self. And and this is what I keep, and like that's the thing about it, like these new partnerships that are coming together right now, it's giving me like there's like I keep on hearing like there's like almost like giggles of excitement. There's a lot of this, like I keep on seeing, like there's a lot of this, um, like I keep on like there's something about these partnerships that feels very much um, working through. I keep on hearing the power of presence, but I keep on hearing the presence because, and this is why it feels like Leo energy, because Leo energy is working in that context, and this is how often the Leo energy is misunderstood. Leos are not typically, ironically, um, Leos are not typically are not typically like there's a lot of energy of Leo that is often introverted. But this is why the Leo often pushes in themselves in that way, because this is the energy that says like working to show up for one another. Like this is like I keep on hearing it's working in the how do I describe this word? There's a word that's like on the at the border right now for me. Um, uh, it's it feels like the word that wants to come through is it feels similar to gregarious, but it's that sense of trying to push oneself to be able to be energetically open, right? Or energetically, I keep on seeing like, and this is what we work on as it relates to like the work in pushing our ego down. Because I keep on hearing that when we push our ego down, we allow the context of being energetically approachable, right? And so there's something really beautiful about that, because that is the, like, I keep on seeing like that is the energy that like, I keep on seeing that for, and this is what's happening across all the frequencies for energy and separation. This is the energy that's like coming towards one another and saying, never have I been more brave than showing up as me, is what I keep on hearing. Never have I been more brave than doing the work of trying to show up in my authenticity, right? By pushing the energetic ego down. Well, I keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, this is the energy that's saying that almost feels like it almost feels like they're coming more into themselves, because they're finally feeling the comfortability of not being in a relationship where they feel like they have to perform as themselves. While for energy deep within divine union right now, this is the energy that I keep on seeing is like, I keep on hearing it's temperance energy, because they're dipping their toe into the stream to check the temperature, right? To check the temperature as to whether something can move into a space of healing, right? So it's a lot of that, and talking to counterpart in the process as it relates to having to checking the temperature with them as well. Continuing to get clarification between our Nine of Cups and its reversal in combination with our Eight of Wands and its reversal. One card to clarify. Clarification. I love me and like I like these cards today. Ace of Wands. This is like, I love Ace of Wands because it's spring. And I need to point this out, and this is what, and this is, and one of the things that we often have to talk about with the Ace of Wands is this is not a stick. This is an olive branch. There are leaves on it, right? And so, and we talk a lot, and this is like, again, when I see this card, I'm often driven to the aspect of remembering we extend olive branches, because when you give certain plants, when you give them to another, have the ability of becoming trees, right? We give each other those gifts. We give each other those gentle gifts all the time in relationality to what we aspire for. And so those modalities of extension, right? And we see this is why we say extending the olive branch. It's not just giving a stick. An olive branch is something that you can put in the ground. It's something that can blossom. It's something that can thrive. That's why we see that this plant has so many leaves falling from it, because it's alive. And I keep on seeing that what's beautiful right now, especially with a little bit of this alignment that we're starting to reach, is I keep on hearing like there's a lot of this work as it relates to extension points. Now, for a lot of the energy right now, this is why I keep on seeing for the energy in divine union, I keep on hearing never has the egoic shield been healed before to such an extent. Because when we start to heal the egoic shield, it allows for that ability to heal things outside and around us, right? Because we're not operating from anxiety and fear. We're pushing through that as it relates to what we hope to be on the other side, remembering the difference between tenacity and stubbornness. While for masculine and feminine energy right now coming into divine union, and there's a delicacy there. That's why I keep on hearing for a lot of the energy within divine union, it feels very delicate, because again, the ability to want to move something into a direction is often articulated by not feeling like you're forcing something into a direction, right? It's like I keep on hearing it's the courtesy that we give to each other that is the gift, right? While for masculine and feminine energy that is coming into divine union, I just keep on seeing that for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, a lot of that work, like a lot of that space that we're seeing, this is why I saw that these were chariot partnerships that were coming together, because this is the energy that keeps on saying that when we're able to build into healthy partnership and we feel that stability, it allows us some of our energy back. It allows us to bring our energy back to ourselves, to allow ourselves to flourish and grow. While for masculine and feminine energy right now that is in separation, this is why it feels like magician energy right now, because this is the energy that's going, ta-da! Like, this is the energy that's, but they're doing that because they're healing. They're doing that because they're healing from situations or circumstances where I keep on hearing an airing of a grievance should not require someone to walk away, right? And when you air a grievance and another person walks away, all they tell you is that the relationship is conditional on keeping another person happy, right? Is what I keep on hearing. And this is why I see that this energy is working in that context, because I hear this energy saying, never again am I going to meet another person's frustration with change that I do not aspire and desire for, right? Continuing to get clarification between our Eight of Wands and its reversal in combination with our Ten of Swords and its reversal. One card to clarify, please. Clarification coming through right now. There's that Seven of Cups in its reversal. And what's beautiful about this is, where's this coming from? There's a lot of this like switching up speeds right now, right? And it says to me it has a lot to do with navigating the space of intention, because it's one, and this is why, and this is important, right? Because this is the vibration that I see a lot of the energy and separation saying to one another, right? This is the energy and separation that's saying, take me as I am, not because they're not capable of changing, but because this is the energy says, I'm everything you're seeing of me is the culmination of the choices that I've made. So when we build into the architecture of the self and we're proud of our choices, this is the energy that says, I'm willing to be adaptable to change as long as it's in accordance with my own energetic assignment. Right? This is the energy that says it's not that I'm perfect. Right? This is the energy in separation saying it's not that I'm perfect, but I know what I'm working on. Like, I know what I'm working on. It's like that space of, and that's why it's the energy that almost has an eagerness to articulate upon their path work. I actually feel like there's a lot of energy right now building into partnership, talking about what their energetic assignments are, like what that work is, what it is they're trying to do, what it is that they're looking for in counterpart, what it is that they need. I keep on hearing this is the energy that's like sharing coursework, continuing to get clarification between our Ten of Swords in its reversal in combination with our King of Wands in its upright. One card to clarify, clarification coming through right now with our I love this row right now, with our Six of Cups. And this is the same work that we see for the energy coming into divine union right now. Because again, for a lot of the energy coming into divine union, I keep on seeing there's a lot of that conversation that is occurring in saying to one another. It's more of a continuation of what I keep on seeing, which is when someone's in that space of saying, this energy keeps on saying thank you to each other. And the energy's going, I'm not doing anything. And the energy's going, exactly. Because when we have not had stability and we build into an energetic connection where we find reliability and counterpart, we're like, it is the gift, the ineffable gift of stability that has no measure. Like there's no way to describe or define it, because it's like it's talking about something that's not there, and the there is the consistency, it's the constancy, it's the reliability that we build forth to one another. While for masculine and feminine energy right now, I hear this energy going, so help me. Like, why is the energy going, so help me? Because when we're trying to make things easier, when we've done everything we can for ourselves, like again, every day you move something in the direction that you hope it goes, and then you energetically observe the rest. And this is, I just see this energy that almost says like help me, because it almost feels like the energy that's saying to counterpart, is there anything else I could be doing? If there's something here that if there's something, I keep on hearing the energy that's saying to one another in divine union, if there's something I'm doing wrong, you'll energetically tell me, right? You remember this is a lesson that was coming from the energy, um, in coming into divine union. It's moved up into the energy with the deep within divine union. Because I keep on hearing the gift that we have in healthy partnership, is not the energy that just pats us on the head and says you're doing fine. We check our ties, right? This is the energy that says if there's something that my ego is interfering with having something, you'll articulate this, because that is the energy that says to one another in partnership, we are kind, but we're not nice to each other, right? And when we're kind, we tell each other hard things, right? When we're kind, we come into the space of recognizing that kindness and niceness are different things. Because when we're nice, we're just like into everything. But when we're kind, we tell things to each other with the hope that we can build something into a place of productivity, right? So I keep on hearing kind, not nice conversations that are filled with love, continuing to get clarification between our Ace of Wands in combination with our Seven of Cups in its reversal. One card to clarify. Ooh, there is so much masculine energy on the table today. Geez Louise, there's like a lot. Bearing in mind, this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. I want to, and here's the reason I keep on seeing this right now. You know why? Feminine energy is in hermit mode. Feminine energy is in hermit mode right now. That's why. Yep, that makes sense. And I'm not surprised to see this, because I see that I want to just I just keep on seeing that there's, and bearing in mind this is not based on gender, but what one feels most aligned to. I just keep on seeing that there's something. So I'm just gonna walk through what I'm seeing right now between masculine and feminine energy. For masculine energy right now, this energetic feeling, it feels like a lot of work as it relates to extension. I just keep on seeing that there's a lot of that work here in the space of amplifying and articulating what, and this is what we like. And you have to remember, we've talked about this. When I'm not surprised, okay, when this is a lot of work that's happening right now on egoic shields. And when masculine is working on egoic shields, it's often taking things down, right? It's often building into that path work of adaptability. It's building into that path work of working on opening up more. So I see like a lot of masculine energy on that healing journey, trying to work more in communicating how they feel. And so there's a lot of that, like there's a lot of that space that I see, is happening. For feminine, this is a lot of building up of the egoic shield, right? This is a lot of building up into the space of one's own, like feeling, I keep on seeing one's own pathwork of feeling confident and comfortable within one's own self. So that's why I'm not surprised to see that the feminine energy is working on hermit energy, because this is a lot of the feminine energy coming into this period, healing from that feeling of having to people please, healing from those modalities of feeling like they have to come into that space of effectively being available for others. So I keep on seeing that, like for feminine energy, it's actually, I keep on getting feminine energy is in Gemini right now, which is interesting. Like feminine energy is in Gemini because this is a feminine energy that says I don't need to articulate upon being in a certain, I don't need to try to focus upon identifying myself. I don't need to focus on what it is to be able to, like, the ability. I keep on hearing the feminine say, I understand that others will see me a million different ways. And my sense of self is such that I can articulate through that, because this is a feminine energy healing from the perception of others, and finding that clarity within one's own self. Like this is some heavy stuff that's going on with the feminine energy right now. Continuing to get clarification between our seven of It's like beyond, it's like defying definition is what I keep on hearing. Continuing the clarification between our Seven of Cups in its reversal in combination with our Six of Cups in its upright. One card to clarify. We've got here our Four of Pentacles in its reversal. This is more of that heart opening that we were talking about. There's more of that space of being able to, I keep on seeing, and that's the thing with heart opening stuff. I mean, all this Mars and Leo energy, it feels very, I keep on saying it feels very, I keep on hearing like the one thing that's nice about this energy right now is it feels like it's going to help clear like the heart and throat chakra, because it says to me it's going to be able to talk more about the things that you care about, right? It's finding voice for it. It's like it's giving, it's like I keep on here. And so this feels like a kind of energy right now of knowledge sharing, of being able to, I keep on see like giving someone another person's perspective on things. There's a lot of that's happening. And I keep on seeing, and this has more to do with the remember what we talked about, that one of the ways you can usually tell that you're healing like egoic wounds is that you can start to recognize the perception of others, right? And we talk about this here. When the ego is too high, we only see through it, right? We can only see things from the side that we're standing upon. But when we heal the egoic shield, we build into that space of empathy in relationality to the perception of others. So I keep on seeing, and I need to stress what's beautiful about this is, and this is why it's having a different impact on masculine and feminine energy, because for masculine energy, that ability of building empathy is helping one see others' point of view, other sides of circumstances or experiences. For feminine, this is working through the conditionality of recognizing another person's perception, but not qualitatively, like not letting it change one's own, right? Like there's a lot of this. I keep on saying that there's a lot of that energy that is in that space of not, I keep on hearing not worrying so much, like not worrying, like understanding that. And here's the thing with feminine, I can see feminine saying everyone has like everybody builds into the context of having an opinion, but but that's a feminine's opinion. Like that's a feminine, like observing it and not feeling, this is very nuanced, bear with me a minute. This is the feminine energy that says i can't like I keep on hearing the feminine saying your feelings are not my responsibility. And this is, and why is the feminine energy saying this? Because I'm going to say this again, remember that's not mean to say, it's the recognition point. I'll put it this way. You could see me, you could hate me, I could just trigger you. You could feel all kinds of stuff. Now, if I'm doing something, like if I'm doing something that is a good note, right? Then we're able to extend those notes to each other, right? Like that's something that we appreciate, like appreciate. Feminine is appreciating feedback. Yes, thank you. Feminine is appreciating feedback because when someone feels something towards us and they have a note for us, then it is something that feels like it is a gift, right? Because it is something that someone says, I noticed this, I think that this would help you, right? It is the condition by which another person experiences us and brings something forward to our attention. And that's why we're often appreciative when someone gives us feedback that we feel is energetically constructive. But when someone's triggered by us, right? When someone's triggered by us, we talked a lot about this. It can feel very passive aggressive. It can create that anxiety in us because we're like, am I doing, is it me? Like, again, is it me? Am I the problem? But often passive aggressiveness has to do with the ego, because if you're feeling something about another person, you can't put it into words. It's because it's like, we've talked about this, like we've talked about this. We've talked about the fact that it usually shines a light on an energetic blind spot in the self, right? And so this is why I keep on hearing the energy of the feminine saying lovingly, like absolutely lovingly, Your feelings are not my responsibility, because this is the feminine that says, as long as the feeling I'm not creating in you is confusion, right? Because confusion is always our responsibility to heal, because confusion can be met with clarity. Then I can't, like, how, like, I can't go in there and change how you feel about me, right? So this is the feminine that says qualitative feedback. If there's something that you feel about me that doesn't have qualitative feedback, respectfully, that's you. This is a lot of, this is how feminine energy is healing their energetic shield. So this is why we see that it's interesting that, like, there's not feminine energy on the table, because this is a feminine energy kind of going into hermit mode on this, and masculine doing the opposite, like working to feel and be more adaptable to others. Final card for today's spread between our King of Pentacles and its upright and our, this is the, like, this is the four, this is the, I love this because this is masculine, feminine. Masculine's like, I see how I must look to them. Feminine's like, I don't care how I look to them. Final card for today's spread. We've got here, and there it is. There she is. I love it. Girlfriend. No, can I just tell you how much I adored this reading today? Because feminine did not show up anywhere in this reading. Okay, did not show up anywhere in this reading until we hit the High Priestess. Right at, like, and that's the thing. Hermit, you have to understand hermit energy. And we talk a bit about this in my class. The hermit energy is effectively the High Priestess for feminine, right? That, like, the High Priestess is the hermit energy, expressed in the feminine energy, because it is the feminine energy that works in that context of not feeling the need to change for others. Like, this is the High Priestess teaches us and says, when we're good with ourselves, when we like when energy's like, do you know what you look like? The High Priestess says, yeah. Do you know what you look like saying that? Like, you know what I mean? Like feminine's like, I'm a mirror. Yeah, I know. Like the feminine's like feminine, when someone says, do you know what you look like? Feminine goes, that's interesting. No, tell me what I look like. I'm all ears. I would love to hear what I look like. Yes. Tell me what I look like to you. That would be wonderful. Yes, please. I'm listening. I'm all ears. Feminine High Priestess is like, I am all ears. Like, feminine's like, because feminine recognizes that when we articulate what another person brings out in us, and if feminine, like the High Priestess says to us, if I bring something out in you that I'm not doing, that's interesting. That's interesting. Go on. Because if you're not doing something and another person is energetically triggered by it, what does the High Priestess say? She goes, that's interesting. Because we're mirrors for each other. Like, we're mirrors, like feminine's like, we're mirrors for each other. And when we're not doing our work, when we're not doing our internal work, we tell on ourselves, right? Like, we recognize that. And this is why we like feminine's like feminine's in that space, and this is what's beautiful, and this is what I love right now. Like, this is what I absolutely love. We love seeing a King of Pentacles in combination with the High Priestess, because it talks a lot about the work of what we do when we heal our egoic shields. For feminine, this is a feminine that says, respectfully, your feelings about me are not my responsibility. They say a lot more about you. This is a feminine that says, unless there's something I can do to change it, they say a lot more, like, feminine energy. High Priestess is, I'm rubber, your glue of like the tarot. Like, feminine says, like, they tell a lot more about how you are in terms of what you're reading into, as opposed to what one brings forth, right? And so that's why the feminine is in that space of just kind of recognizing that. While for masculine energy, we see that for masculine energy, working in that same context, doing that same work, articulating and amplifying and recognizing, this is the masculine that's constantly building in the space of having an energetic ego that they're proud of. And this is the masculine that says, this is my buddy, the ego. Where I go, he goes, right? As long as I'm in accordance, and sometimes that guy gets a little out of control. But that's why I'm here, because I tell my ego, like, when they need to step up. The ego doesn't get in my way. I work in harmony with it. We're buddies. Like we're buddies. This is my pal. This is my this is my buddy. This is my pal. Sometimes they get a lot of hand. That's what I'm here to do. I'm here to make sure, because this is the masculine that says when I can control my energetic ego, I am the safest person in the room. I become the force of love, not just for myself, but for all those around me. Bottom of the deck on this reading. Yeah, two of two of wands in its reversal. What happens when we're working through something and someone says, I don't want to talk about it? Now, here's the thing about it. It's not the fact, and we need to say this. And I keep on seeing there's something really important that's happening right now in new energetic connections. There's some energy coming out of trauma right now. And I see some delicacy, because you have to remember, and I keep on hearing, sometimes when we have to leave traumatic situations, we have to disassociate to a certain extent. And so I keep on hearing that for a lot of the energy in separation, building into partnership, hearing the difference between someone that says, I don't want to talk about it versus I'm not ready to talk about it, is often the key to understanding healing. Because when someone says, I don't want to talk about it, they're saying there are things that are off limits. You have to understand, like, no, like, and that can often be a very it can often create like a blockage point, because if someone is articulating and saying I don't want to talk about it, it's someone holding that point of resistance without reason that can often be indicative of trauma that's being held. But when someone says I am not ready to talk about it, it's the observation of someone that is actively engaged in the act of trying to heal something. And often when we come out of traumatizing situations, something is too difficult to energetically address. Sometimes we have to get some distance from something, right, in order to feel safe enough to be able to unpack something. And so I keep on hearing that. This is why I keep on saying that the energy coming into partnership right now is magician energy. Because even if there are things that are not on the table to discuss, this is the energy that says it's not a no area, it's a not yet, right? It's the energy that says recognize that that is not because I refuse, it's because it's delicate, right? While for masculine and feminine coming into divine union right now, this is a lot of that energy that is literally finally in a space that they can start to heal trauma. And I see this energy actively engaging on some spaces that in the past they were too resistant to confront within the self. Because this is the energy that understands, like I said, some healing. You can't you can't just heal everything in you. You have to be in a healthy space. You can't be I keep on hearing you can't be on the battlefield trying to dress a wound. Sometimes some healing, the only time you can feel it is when you're finally in a space that'll like that's interesting, is about to say heal and said feel. Sometimes the only time you can feel it is when you're finally in a space that you can heal it. And sometimes it starts to hurt more. So I see a lot of energy suddenly like having a lot of like emotions coming up about things from the past. And they're saying, why is this happening? And the guy, like the higher self saying, because you're finally in a space that you can allow yourself to feel it. The body holds trauma. The body holds trauma, waits for us to be in a safe place to finally be able to express it. And sometimes that can feel like a bit like overwhelming, because often we finally hit it, like we feel like we come into a healthy space and we go, what is happening? And your body's like, well, we can finally, that was a lot, you know? Well, for masculine and feminine deep within divine union, you know, I see this energy like this is very much, there's a lot of this space that is hard because, you know, I keep on hearing, when we experience hardness outside of others, our immediate reaction is say, is it me? Right. And this is the gift that's happening in partnership, is working through those situations and circumstances where there are difficulties. And this is what's beautiful about being in a partnership. When we heal our own, like it's so important that we're not in spaces where there's fear in our relationships, because often when we're in spaces where there's fear in our relationships, we don't get good directions from our counterpart, right? Because like if you're moving in the wrong direction, and another person is afraid to say something to you because of the reactivity that they'll receive, like often it creates that feeling of invincibility, failing to recognize that the invincibility you're feeling is actually the fear of the energy around you. And this is why we see that for a lot of the energy in that space, working in the context of a healthy partnership, trusting and knowing the ability to be in a partnership where you have a relationship where your partner is kind but not nice is so valuable and important, because niceness is just saying like everything's great when it's not. Kindness is being able to give someone an energetic note that you know is hard to deliver, but also understanding that often those who care about us tell us those things because they know that it's better for us to energetically hear them. So we see that there's a lot of that work in that space that's being navigated as it relates to partnership, building into healing intimacy, because this is the energy that says, I don't look to you to be nice, I look to you to be kind, which says, and this is the act of love, if there's something wrong, you'll tell me, right? And I will not be upset. It's allowing for the context of, again, our adaptive, our ability to not get defensive in the space of changing is the sacred breath of union. It is the change that allows for the adaptability point. That is our daily collective read for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and experiencing it. Just a reminder, if you would like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Please keep in mind, if you book a private reading with me, it is a two-step process. You have to book the reading, you have to pay for the reading. Please make sure you do both if you'd like to have that reading. Most importantly, please remember that I will never, ever, 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 ever reach out to you for a private reading. I will never DM you. I will never PM you. I will never slide into your inbox and tell you that I have a very important message that only I can deliver. The only way you can book a reading with me is if you book one on my website. So I encourage you to do it there. Also, a couple of updates before we move into personal readings today. First and foremost, thank you to everyone who attended our recent class on the Hangman card. Our next class will be held on Wednesday, May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies into the tarot with a focus on the death card. If you'd like to become a part of that tarot class program, all you need to do is head over to my Substack and become a paid subscriber. Your paid subscription to my Substack is your ticket of entry into our live classes each and every month. As a paid monthly subscriber, you will also have access to over 9 hours worth of material in the Tarot Church Library. Now, it's not necessary to catch up. I will do my best to let you guys know everything that we've studied thus far prior to beginning the next class, but this is actually a great time to join, because if you wanted to catch up, you'd have about 2 classes that you could take each week leading up to our next class. You'll also have access to a one-on-one chat with me and the other students to ask any questions you may have in relation to anything that we've studied or are currently studying. And if you become a founding member to my Substack, not only will you receive a discount on the full year's worth of classes, but you will also receive a complimentary one-on-one mentorship class with me, wherein I will meet with you personally and assess where you are on your tarot journey and give you the best insights in terms of how to utilize those classes most effectively going forward. You will also have access to the full library of the Tarot Church, which is over 13 hours worth of material in an ever-growing library. One of the things I tried to do in these classes was make them accessible to the absolute novice tarot reader as well as the seasoned reader. There's definitely something there for everyone. Don't let your lack of experience or your robust experience prevent you from joining our class program. And even if you don't become a paid subscriber to my Substack, I would encourage you to follow me there to stay up to date on any new offerings or services. I also post my weekly newsletter there, which will let you know about my in-person events as well as my online live schedule. I also want to let you guys know that on top of my standard life path readings, I also offer mentorship classes. These are for any of my clients seeking a more personalized educational experience with me. I take a very limited number of students for this reason, as those classes are focused on each individual's personal tarot goals and journey work or spiritual goals. Those classes can be purchased on an individual level or as a monthly class series, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits. Also, for my clients seeking more consistent weekly tarot support, I'm very happy to offer weekly tarot insight packages. That is a package of 4 30-minute readings, again, weekly or bi-weekly as your schedule permits, so that you can stay more consistent on your personal journey at a discount. I'm also very happy to now offer dream interpretation readings. You can purchase these per dream or as a series. I would encourage, if you purchase the series, that you start to keep a dream journal, as we will meet weekly or bi-weekly with that journal and utilize the tarot to understand the key themes and messages coming towards you in the dream space. I want to thank you guys so much for being here today and sharing in these messages. And we will do this again tomorrow. That is our daily collective read. And congratulations to Little Vamp. You got our highest gifter today. And thank you so much, Bridget. You got second, so you will also have an additional card pulled in your subscriber reading. If anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Binks in my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps. Those are pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book a private reading on my site. Also, if you are interested, if you have any relevant information that you would like to share with me for the purpose of your reading, for instance, if there is a dream that you would like interpreted, or if there is or if you have a past life reading you've had that you'd like more information on, you can send it in the notes when you send the donation, or if you are a subscriber, you can post it in our subscriber only Discord that is available to you. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. But as I mentioned, if you would like to get on the list for today, the list is open. Also, please remember we are doing a giveaway. When we get to 50K likes, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen, my friends. We'll get to 50K in no time. We're already at 27.3K likes. And so good to see you, Danae. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you, Macy, for the follow. Bridget. I was excited for the collective read too. I like this. Trishina, yes, shield work. I'm not like this is I gotta admit, I'm a little surprised to see this kind of stuff happening during Taurus season, but we're gonna go with it. We're gonna go with it. Hi there, Trishina and Marie. Thank you for the follow. Adam, I don't want you being afraid. I want you to say to yourself, you have the confidence to face your fear. Okay? I'm sending you so much support, and thank you guys for supporting Adam in the live right now. And Jacob, good to see you. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Yes, no worries. No, we're very aware Yeshua loves us. Thank you, Johnny, for letting us know. And thank you for sending grounding energy to Adam, guys. Thank you guys so much for supporting each other in the comments. I know that guy, the ego. Yeah, exactly. Hi there, Bridget and Addie. Thank you for sharing the live. 0 F's given. I mean, here's the thing. It says to me, it's not that I'm seeing the energy in separation. It's saying 0 F's given to things they're not actively working on. Right? Like I keep on seeing it, it's letting go of others' expectations if they're not in alignment with the self. Your problem, respectfully. And Heather, thank you for sharing the live. Alan, glad your conscience is clear. Thanks, me too. I enjoy taking accountability. Thank you for being here and receiving these messages, Alan. Sue, I just woke up and we have the same hairdo. I love it, Sue. I hope you're having an absolutely beautiful day. And thank you for that target, Addie. Thank you for confirmation, Sana. Hi there, Spirit. Thank you for being here and receiving them as well. A rarity, tap to claim. Yes, becoming more of myself is how I feel and is exactly what I said yesterday to my sister. Sending you so much support on that journey, Bridget. Yes, here I give you the gift of this sticker brush. I love that. I give you the gift of this sticker bush. Mahina, much love. You keep popping up on my FYP. Oh, welcome. Thank you for stopping in. I hope you're having a beautiful day. I hope these messages are helping. True that, Sin. No longer changing self solely because of another. Sending you so much support on that journey, Nikki. Biggest gift, consistency. Tap to claim. My energy and guides are like, I love it, little. I totally fell asleep during round 3 last night. That's okay. It happens. That's right. That's amazing. I'm moving into that for myself now. Sending you so much support on that journey, Laurel. Little Vamp, seriously, my masculine energy is in full effect. That's okay. It's good that you're balancing them out, Little Vamp. Yes, hermit mode activated. I do not feel my feminine side at all right now. I mean, you've got a lot of Aries placements, right, Little? Like I feel like I'm gonna tell you right now, like there's working through some stuff right now. Um, like the feelings, like when we move out of Pisces into Aries, like feelings become like sticky territory, you know? Addie, nice can be performative, like talking regarding weather. Kind seems more pure. Tap to claim Addie. Autumn, divine feminine in hermit mode here. What's up? How you doing? And Mahina, thank you for the follow. Nikki, I was talking about the kind and nice difference the other day. I find it so interesting. Well, the thing about it, we've been talking about it a lot here, right? Because again, nice, like nice is not courteous, right? We've been talking a lot about this over the last few days and even in the readings, right? You can be nice and still a jerk, right? You can be nice as you're being a jerk, because when you're being nice and a jerk and you're insisting on something, then it doesn't matter if you're nice. Like they're different things. We've talked a lot about that. And I keep on hearing courtesy is when you don't insist. Laurel, healing my masculine energy at this time, sending you so much support on that journey. You can absolutely be kind. Like, honestly, sometimes being kind requires you not to be nice. Right? Because again, like, and we talk about this, Nikki, if there's something that I notice you're doing that I feel like is standing in your way, right? Then that's a kind conversation. You can try to be nice through it, but when you're working through something that's difficult, right? Like it's often, and this is what we can talk about the difference between being kind and nice, which is being kind is trying to have that conversation in a way of helping another, right? While nice is just like nice is just allowing for that context. Like you can be nice, like, like if someone's like, I like to point it out this way, like if someone's walking in a direction that's about to like smack into a tree, and you don't feel like you don't think it's nice to be able to say something, right? It's like it's got a lot of that, like it's kind to be like you got something stuck on you. You know what I mean? Like it's like that, Totally. You can be, I guess, hard for me to imagine that as a Leo. But I mean, here's the thing. Leos are very like Leos, and here's the thing. Leos will always like frequently Leos understand the difference between kind and nice in such a way that it's hard for Leos to understand why others don't. You know, like Leos are very good at bringing niceness into everything, masking. I mean, like, and here's the thing, Sammy. There's like good masking and there's bad masking, right? Laurel, yes, creating here, creating there, and then here again, Gemini energy. Yep, it's a little like everything. It's a lot of that right now. Chris said he's kind but not nice, so we got in a debate about this. There you go. I totally get what he's talking about. I hope that makes sense. And thank you, Bailey. Compassion versus agreeable. Yep, defying gravity. I like that, Nikki. Sammy, and she better hurry up. Love can't wait for too long. Sending you support on that journey. Bridget, nice is more outward focused and kind is just who you are, like compassion. I like to point out, I think that I think that it's a gift when we bring like, you know, and this is the thing about it, like we can be, you can, and here's the thing, you can be nice while you're being kind, right? But you don't always have to be kind when you're being nice. Like that's the paradox on it, you know? Minnie, I definitely have been reflecting on this, being myself with others. Thank you so much for being here and thank you for letting us know about your own experiences in it. Hi there, Bailey. I guess that's fair. The different meaning is you're too kind versus you're too nice. Clears it up for me. Yeah, I mean, and that's like I think that I think the thing that's interesting about it is that kindness addresses discomfort, right? I think that that's the best way to describe it, right? And again, if nice is trying to avoid discomfort, then it's not kind, you know, if that makes sense. And KAD, thank you for the follow. Yes, like nice is going out of your way at the expense of your well-being. Yeah, but I think that, and I think that it's interesting too the way that you bring that up because and that's what we talked about remembering that if one is being nice but one is insisting, like if one is going out of their way for something that another person has told them that they don't want them to do, like that's not courteous, right? Like that's what we talk a lot about here. Like we have to navigate our intention with another's choice. Yes, like being like nice is just for pleasantries. Beautifully said. Kind is compassion. Agreed. Thank you, Addie. Yeah, like you're having money struggles right now. I'm sorry, but no one. Yeah, exactly. Perfectly said, Bridget. Yes. How do I look so on point? Beautifully said. Yes, how I look so on point. Thank you. There she is. I love seeing that high priestess show up. She was fashionably late, wasn't it good? She was like, she's like, sorry, I was just getting ready. It was a little going in hermit mode, coming out high priestess. I live for that. Isn't that great? It was so like just like exquisite. It was exquisite timing. Balance, tap to claim thing. Good to see you today. Then I will show up what you look like. I love it. She said, tell me how awesome I am. She's like, did someone call me? Was someone my ears were burning, I love it. What do you see when you look at me? Always, I love that. High priestess is like, I know exactly what I look like, and I know exactly who you are too. Tap to claim. And queen, thank you. Your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. What does B mean on the high? Oh, those. So Brooke, those are in reference to the twin. Those are in reference to the twin pillars that frame the Temple of Solomon. Um, so they represent like and I like the best way I can describe this is I want to like it's another disambiguation between yin and yang energy, like the force of passivity versus the force of activation, and we go into that in detail in the class that I taught on the high priestess. So but yeah, if that helps. I know it is really empowering. Thank you, Alexandra. Yes, thank you for that, Bridget. Me and my angry little demon besties. I love that, Nikki. It's walking in the middle. Too far to the right, just bad to the left. Walking in the middle is harmony. I mean, again, walking in the middle of the self, right? Finding the self in the middle of that. Beautifully said, Fig. I love that. I'm not ready to talk about it versus I don't want to talk about it. Completely different vibrations. Like one is observing something that is too sensitive, the other is refusal, which is often showing a blind spot. One is off limits, the other, give me some time to get there. Tap to claim. Yes, Bridget, you can't be on the battlefield and dress a wound. That's hit Steve. Thank you for receiving that message, Bridget. Correct is right. Thank you, Sana. You'll think you got it all, but you'll be finding it in random crevices for years. Beautifully said, Nikki. I love that. Tap to claim. Thank you, Jacob. Well, there you go, Sin. Just clarified that. Nice first kind. Thank you. You're welcome. Cool. Minnie, I love that. I'm not looking for you to be nice. I'm looking for you to be kind. Thank you. I was focused on typing my metaphor. Hi, two birds. Thank you for those hearts. You're so welcome, Jacob. Thank you for those gifts, Ruby. I hope you're having a beautiful day. Thank you for the gifts as well, Alexandra and Kat. Thank you for the follow. You're welcome, Jacob. Da da dun. Every time I say we're gonna like when we're gonna study the death card. Da da dun. You're welcome, Laurel. You're welcome, Nikki. Yes, little vamp. Thank you for being here to receive these messages. I'm down with this reading. I like it. Hold on a minute. And Carmen, thank you for those hearts. My sweet lemons, thank you as well. Oh, thank you for the compliment, Alexandra. Hi there, Carmen. Aries, Sun, and Rising. Yeah, I like. Here's the thing, man. I already see a bunch of Aries being like, I hate, like, this is gonna be gross energy because Aries has got a bunch of intimacy wounds getting triggered right now. Like, I'm telling you, Pisces energy is having abandonment wounds. Pisces energy is like, everything's fleeting. And Aries is like, nobody will leave me alone. This is what happens when we got a bunch of planets chilling out and going back and forth on the meridian between Pisces and Aries. Yes, kind, like, hey, you have toilet paper on your shoe or food in your teeth. Exactly. Right? That's kind. Exactly. Yes, that makes sense. That was a good discussion. It's an interesting topic. Yes, I agree. I agree with you there, Christopher. Thank you as well, Brooke. Alexandra, I wanted to get on the list today. Can't decide between three topics. Well, get on the list, and then you got a few people before you to decide. Good afternoon, Heather. Close your eyes and pick one. You can do that too. All right, friends, we are going to get started on personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list right now, you'll be the fourth person read for 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. If you would like, if you're interested in terms of finding out what kind of readings you have, if you head over to my tree that has Binks in it, that is in my tree with Binks in it, you can find the full list there. We do life path readings, highest priority messages from spirit, mediumship. We do angelic guidance readings, dream interpretation readings, past life readings, animal spirit guide readings, pet readings, love readings. And if you have information that is relevant that you think that I need in order to have the reading, for instance, if you're having a dream interpreted or a past life reading that you want more information on, you can either post it in the notes when you send the donation, or you can, if you are a subscriber, you can head over to our Discord. There are allocated channels to put that information there. First person we are reading for today is Addison. Addison, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Can I just pause and show you how beautiful this is? Isn't this gorgeous? I just love it. My future sister-in-law gave it to me. It's so stunning. I'm like completely in love with it. It's from a company called True Craftworks. Isn't this like the most beautiful tarot bag? And thank you, Alexandra, for that, getting on the list. All right. I know, isn't it nice? I'm like absolutely in love with it. All right. Isn't it? All right. We are reading for, I love that tote bag. I mean, isn't it? She nailed it. She did so good. She nailed it. Oh, you had a dream, Nikki. I know. I think she got it on Etsy, little. If you want me to send you the info on it, I can post it. I'll post it in the Discord because it's just the quality on it is exceptional. It's absolutely exceptional. All right, we are reading first for Addison. Addison, if you're here, can you respond in all caps and let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 5th person read for. Same, Bridget. All right. I got you, Erica. I'm a wreck. Oh, please, I'm a wreck. Pisces, Venus, and Aries sun with Aquarius rising and Scorpio moon. Oh my goodness. Erica, listen, it'll pass. Just be consistent right now. You know, I feel like a lot of this right now. And listen, the Aquarius rising, it's going to be hard for Aquarius energy right now. I want you to remember, it's not about finding ideal situations. We make ideal. Ideal is what we do with less than ideal circumstances. Okay. Like trust, and I got to tell you right now, listen, you got that Pisces Venus, you got that Aries sun, you're a creatrix. You can create things, right? Work with what you have right now. Like that combination right now, that's creatrix energy. You got this. All right. And Carmen, thank you for those gifts. All right. Nikki, Sin, I'm going to get on the list. I just need to go through. Yeah, take your time. Yeah, let me see where you are, dear. You're after Addison, dear. You're second on the list today. All right. I love that tarot. I know, isn't it great? It's the best gift. Rock, paper, scissors always works. There you go. All right, second call right now. Be right back, ripping up paper and picking out the hat. I love it, Alexandra. Good afternoon, Heather. So good to see you. Welcome, Brooke. All right. Second call for Addison. Am I missing Addison? Oh, she had to step away. That's fine. All right. So the next person on the list is if you're here, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? And if anybody else wants to get on the list for today, you'll be the 1, 2, 3, fourth person read for. Also, if you'd like to get on the list for today, please remember the list might be kept kind of tight. So if you want to get on it, please do so sooner rather than later. Hi there, Crafted. How are you doing today? All right. Popcorn out. All right. I got you, Per. We're doing a dream interpretation. Okay. Hold on. We got a dream interpretation on the Discord. So just a reminder to any of my subscribers, you have access to our subscriber-only Discord channel. So I'm just popping over there right now to get Per's reading. And if you have a dream that you would like interpreted, you can just post it directly to our Discord. You also, I will point out, because I know some of the dreams are hard to remember right now, you don't need the full dream. If you got bits and pieces of a dream and you need clarity on it, often the tarot reading can help you get clarity on the missing pieces of the dream. All right. Woo! Okay. And I believe you said I have consent to read it? Hold on a minute. Yes, thank you for consent. Erica, yes, I don't know when to stop creating. Well, the brain just won't stop and focus. I want you to write a list for yourself right now. And I also want you to remember an artist never an artist never finishes their work, they abandon it. If you're having a hard time stopping something, give yourself a deadline. Right? Give yourself a deadline or get someone to keep you on task. Get someone to keep you on task. Right? I love to hear it. I love the dream interpretations. They're so interesting. I do too. My dream space is overcrowded. It's going to be overcrowded. And especially with all these planets right now, all of these planets moving into Aries again. The one thing that'll be helpful is the fact that Aries is no longer in Cancer. I feel like it's going to be a lot of it's a lot of overcrowd. It's like overcrowding in the dream space. Hold on a minute. All right. I just need to. Just reading over Bridget. My dreams are like tornadoes of pieces flying around. Nothing makes sense. I know. I have the same issue with my dream space. I think it's because I have too much fire. I've got too much fire energy. It makes it hard it's hard to recall dreams. I get very jealous of those with a lot of water placements, because water placements will be like, I was wearing a blue dress and you had purple earrings on. We were at this place, and I'm like, I'm like, all right. Okay, so we're gonna get started. And guys, just a reminder, we are at 34.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it pushes this out to those who haven't been here before. So thank you so much for that as well. All right, let's get to it. Whoop. All right, the dream. I have a special dream space where my past loved ones, pets or humans, can visit me. It is always in my current bedroom, and it feels different than a dream. Last Tuesday, I was in this space because my cat Maxime, or Maxime, came to visit me finally, the astral warrior one, who we've read for previously. He was flashing the whole time, appearing and disappearing, and unfortunately, I couldn't cuddle him. The cat, which passed away a year prior to Maxime, came to visit as well at the same time. She was steady and present, and I was able to pet her. The most strange thing happened because my mom entered the space. My mother is very much alive, hence the confusion. I looked at her and asked her what I can do for her, still confused. She asked me to bring her to her manual therapy for arthritis in her hands. I said, "My cats are visiting me right now. Can't you see them?" And she said, "I can't see them, but I believe you when you say that you can." I said goodbye to the kitties and drove her to the location of her therapy. This felt like a dream and not as the special dream space I was before with the kitties. The room was divided in a place where children had activities and the space of the therapy activities. I was bored and started cleaning the floors with a robot mop. I had noticed that my mom was bored as well with her activities. Can you please explain to me how my mom got into my special space, or was it a dream in a dream? I am confused. Can I please get 4 cards for clarity on the dream? Okay, so in order to interpret this dreams, and this is why, I'm just going to point out, this is why I think it's so valuable to do work across dream spaces, because this dream has a connection point to, if it wasn't another dream interpretation reading we did, it has to do with the energy of the past pet. And so, in order to interpret this dream, I have to bring you back to that pet reading that we did. So, if you will recall, in this, there's a couple of things that are happening here. First of all, you've identified the fact that you can tell that this was a visitation dream. And I love the fact that you already told me that you've recognized from your own understanding of your dream landscape that when you see certain environments in your dream, you know that there is some kind of different communications going on. So let that serve as validation that this was a visitation dream. In the pet reading that we did, we spoke specifically about the fact that the energy that was connected to that particular, and so when I do pet readings, one of the things that's always comes through, like invariably, is that the pets choose us. Like every time I do a pet reading, they're like, they always kind of laugh. They're like, it's very funny because they think that they chose me, as if they could ever. We can't ever choose animals. Animals choose us. Like there's no condition. There's no condition wherein we choose an animal. An animal guide or an animal companion chooses us. And this particular companion we identified as being one who had not incarnated here before. We had seen the fact that it was an astral energy, and that's almost like, and the fact that they articulated that that when they had to like leave or pass over, it was actually because they were needed, like back in the astral plane where they were working. And so we've got confirmation here because we've got literally the same card that we pulled when we read for this pet is coming through with the 7 of Wands. And I want to remind you that when we did that reading, I told you that the message that the pet was sending was, I'm busy right now. The reason I'll visit you, I can't come right now because I'm needed. I was called to serve. I'll come back when I have a minute. So they effectively, this was that visitation point, and this is being further indicated by the fact that you said that it was odd because in the dream they were basically blipping in and out, right? You saw the fact that they weren't necessarily acting as one um that would typically just stay in a place of constancy. But the fact is that they're trying to arrive to you in that depiction point. Now, I need to call you back to that dream because you will also remember that in the pet reading that we did, I told you that when I was reading for them, they'd said to me, "When you see me again, I won't look the way you expect me to." If you recall that, there was a whole conversation about the fact that they planned to visit you, but they were telling me in the pet reading, they were telling me to tell you that they would not necessarily appear to you in the way that you would expect them to. And what's interesting about it is that dream was the articulation of what I was trying to tell you in the pet reading, which is the fact is that it's very hard for them to come back into the the embodiment of the pet energy, right? That's why I kept on blinking in and out. And this brings us to the perception of the mother, right? Because they're basically saying to me that them coming towards you in the dream space as the mother was actually the pet. Like they were fulfilling that articulation in terms of saying, next time you see me, I won't look the same way, right? And the fact that you said it's very odd that my mother was there, right? You're saying like it felt incongruous because you knew even in that space you had the conscientiousness to remember, like to recognize and be like, this isn't right, you shouldn't be here, this is only for the energy of pets, of things that have passed, is them basically saying like this, that was them coming towards you because they couldn't maintain the vibration of staying in the visualness of the pet energy, so instead they moved into the formation of your mother, right? And so you taking them to therapy, right? Like this is them basically saying like, I know, like they're saying to you like, I know, I remember you trying to help me, I remember all of those times that you tried to help me through this, and how bored, like how boring it was. So it's interesting because it's basically like it's almost saying to me, I would be very conscientious if you continue to have those moments where you enter back into that space and someone who isn't supposed to, and I'll guarantee you, I bet the minute that your mom showed up in the dream, the cats disappeared, right? I would put you haven't said so, but the fact that you said to them, wait, the cats were just here, did you see them? And they went, no. Why is it? Isn't that a little odd that your mother showed up in the dream and the same energy that was there a minute ago was now gone? That they're saying even now, I would not be surprised if you see other energy come back towards you, because it says to me, and I'm still, it has to do, I keep on hearing with that energy that it was hard for them to stay in the form of that energetic expression, that it was too hard for them because they couldn't communicate with you effectively. So I keep on seeing that this is their way of being able to communicate with you in the dream space by saying to you, I don't want to show up to you in the form of the cat because I can't talk to you like that. So they're saying I can't talk to you like that. So if you see individuals in the space that you know are reserved for only energy that passes over, then you can rest assured that that's probably the energy of that specific cat, Maxime, taking on energetic visages that they know that you're familiar with in order to communicate with you. Because I keep on hearing they're like they don't want to show up to you, like they this was a problem with for them when they were here, because they're saying it wasn't ideal because they couldn't talk to you. So that was them basically saying, see, like this is them fulfilling what they told me that they were going to do in the pet dream. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, like again, the two, it's, I keep on hearing it's really hard for them to be in two places at once. Like they're saying it's very hard for them to be in two places at once right now, because they're saying that's why they were blipping in and out. They're still, like I told you, they were called in. I keep on hearing they had to leave this terrestrial plane because they were called into service somewhere else. So that's why I keep on seeing they're like, I'll visit. When they keep on saying, I'll visit when I can, which is why even in that modality of them kind of like you said, the cat like blipping in and out, they were like, this is not working. I got to find something that's more like, I got to find something that doesn't require so much effort, which is why they're saying to me that they're embodying personalities, because they're saying that there's something about the fact that you have memory towards those, that they don't have to focus so much it's easier for them to communicate. I keep on hearing it's easier for them to communicate in a form that you're energetically familiar with, if that makes sense. Thank you so much, Per, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 22 or more for my subscribers. I mean, 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person I'm reading for today, still looking for Addison. If Addison isn't here, the next person on the list for today is Alexandra. Alexandra, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Also, friends, we're at 36K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective, so make sure you're tapping that screen. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through. Oh, absolutely, Pops. I'd love for you to get on the list. Erica, that makes so much sense. Thank you. You're so welcome, dear. I hope that helps. You got this. Love that. Like, Mom, I'm busy. Well, that's the funny part. They're like, she's like, the cat's like, exactly. Queen of Swords, your subscription's ending soon if you'd like to renew. Haley, oh my gosh, how interesting. Only once have I ever woken up from a dream into another dream. Yeah, it's wild when that happens, right? Oh, I love your hair. Thank you, Elizabeth. Thank you. I hope you're having a beautiful day. V, yes, my mom, busy. I can't see you. Also, you got a new kitty, right? Picking up end of May only. Oh, that's okay. So he had a minute. No, he had a minute. Yeah, that was like them being like, I think that like they're like, I don't have much time here. That's okay. The other cats will keep company energetically. Absolutely true. And Namia, thank you for the follow. Sin, how are you even able to remember a past dream? I gotta tell you, like, listen, one of the things that happens when I'm reading, I've got the mind of a goldfish. I got the mind of a goldfish. Things just slip out. But when I'm like slip off my memory, but when I'm reading and something's relevant, like that's why we call it claircognizance, because it comes back. Because I've got like, listen, I am also evidence based because like all of I can't remember what I had for breakfast, but as soon as I started having that dream, like I immediately was given back. They immediately referred me back to the pet dream. Thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the gifts, Ruby. Oh my God. I don't know. The funny thing is, V, I have a terrible memory. Like I have a terrible memory. Right? This is a reading for a reason. Okay. Thank you, Bridget. I can't remember if they were gone. Yes, shape shifting into my mom. I can't stop. Well, I think it's really funny that they shape shifted in your mom, and you're like, didn't you see the cats? And she's like, no, but I believe you. I believe you. I believe you. She was like, of course she believed you. Reminds me of a dream I had after my grandpa passed. I said, you shouldn't be here. And he disappeared. Oh, that's okay. It happens sometimes. And Autumn, thank you for the follow. The reading is wildly, hold on a minute. Hold on a minute. This reading is wildly crazy. Thank you. You're so welcome, Per. So again, I feel like let that serve. I just realized your name connects to your heart, your love of cats, wishing you well. Oh, that's beautiful. Comforting to know at least they're actively, purposely working. Oh no, absolutely. So again, I would keep that in mind, Per, if you have another dream and you see someone who's alive in the space that you know is reserved for someone who's passed, because the communication of the animal blipping in and out and then your mom appearing was basically them like the cat can't talk. So like the cat's trying to say, it's really hard for me to show up to you this way. So I'm probably just gonna pull into the form of people you may know, you know? Nikki, can you just send me the letter of where you sent it and I'll confirm? I got you, Alexandra. I pulled from the hat first in the main, first for the main read and one for one card. Okay, absolutely. I love it. Funny enough, it came out in the order of curiosity I had. I love it. There you go. Perfect. No, I'm a yeah, like that's I'm also evidence based. I'm like, how did I remember that? Yep. Hi there. How are you doing, Bella? Thank you for the follow. To get a reading, all you do is send the donation via the tree that has Binks in it, my Lio, and you'll be added on the list. Thank you for confirming, Nikki. Yep, go ahead. Please go ahead and post on Discord, Alexandra. I'm just going to confirm Nikki's. I'm going to confirm Nikki's, and then we'll continue. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3. You will be the fourth person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. I got you, Nikki. And you'll be read for after Little Vamp. And if anybody else wants to get on the list right now, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. Still looking for Addison. And while we wait for Alexandra to post their dream, I'm going to continue down the list right now. So that means the next person on the list for today is Little Vamp. Little Vamp, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. All right. Yes, now I know how it works. Great educational moment. Absolutely. And thank you so much. Thank you so much for sharing the dream, because that's it's amazing to be able to connect those dots. All right. General. Wow, that was aggressive. No worries, dear. All right. Can I get 4 cards? 4 cards for Little Vamp, please. Highest priority messages from Spirit. Also, friends, we're at 36.5K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be doing a giveaway and gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Can I please have, and one more, please. Man, what is this? I feel like, well, I can see why you're mad about something. All right. Let me walk through what I'm seeing here. Some energy, okay? Some energy you can bring them, you can this is I'm you can bring them the gift horse. You can bring them the um the absolute blessing. But if someone has not healed from their past, they will blow it. They will blow it because they will assume that this is driving me nuts right now, because I see some kind of situation where you can, when you went like you came towards someone and you were everything that they were looking for, like everything they asked the universe for, showing up, and they got their neck craned looking behind them like, what are you doing? I'm waiting for somebody. Who are you waiting for? I'm waiting for somebody. Who are you waiting for? No, I'm waiting, like my dream, it's back there. It's back there. And you're sitting on the bench with them. You're sitting on the bench with them going, what are you like, you know, oh, yeah, I'm waiting for them to be nice to me. Oh, I'm nice. I'm nice. Okay. No, no, no. I'm waiting. I'm waiting for them to start acting like my manifestation. No, 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 you don't understand. That's my manifestation. Yeah, they're just, they just, I'm waiting for them to start acting like my manifestation. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I'm waiting for them to like the same things I do. I like this. I like the things you do. No, 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 no. I gotta be patient. I gotta wait. I gotta wait for them to, I just gotta wait for them to start acting right. Right. You ever notice there's nothing wrong when, like, there's how wrong it is when someone says, yeah, I'm waiting for someone to start acting right. When everything that another person is looking for is showing up to them in the form of the person that they're presently with. Universe hates this. Drive, like, you can't, like, like, make it, like, the universe is like, make it make sense. Like, the universe is like, make it make sense. You know, we have to, like, we have to let go of, like, we have to let go of our past. You know why? You know what you see there? You know what you see? The guys are like, that is not a you problem. That is someone that likes being hurt, right? You can't, if someone is addicted to the pain of being in a state of longing, you can't fix that. It's very convenient, right? That is someone who's trapped in the past, and I guarantee you they're always doing that. They're always looking back, like, they're always looking back and ruining. When you look back too much, what you have in the present turns to ash, right? Why? Because it's how you heal from trauma, because the past is beautiful, right? That type of energy, you're never as good as whatever they had. They took it for granted. The past is beautiful where nothing hurts, right? Because when energy overly romanticizes their past, they never find joy in their present. I want you to write that down somewhere. When someone over romanticizes their past, they never find joy in the present. They're always comparing it. They're always mourning. They're always they're building castles in the sky on what they could have had, failing to recognize how they got where they were in the first place. And in the very moment that they're doing it, they're still doing it, right? And the energy is always saying, why? And they're not paying attention to the fact that their own ability not to let go of the past is all that's stopping them from having everything they want. And so I want you to kind of I got some guides around you being like, they're annoyed by it too. I see some kind of situation that you were someone's absolute manifestation goal. They just had to let go of who they thought it was, right? I keep on hearing they had to let go of the false manifestation, like the person that like looked good on paper but never acted in the modality of manifestation. And that's like they're saying, don't beat yourself up about it. Like remember, like they're saying, remember that that isn't something that is not from a lack of your, like that's not a lack on your part. Like that's an energy that like when someone is always like when you dwell in the past, then you make the energy around you feel like they're a consolation prize. And so they're saying that they have that you did not create that in someone. That's how you found someone. Like that's and I keep on hearing it's a good way of it's a good way, like escaping to the past is a good way of avoiding pain, right? Is all I keep on hearing. It's a good way of avoiding pain because it's the energy that says I don't even want to be here, right? They're saying make sure that you're not internalizing that, um because whatever this is like, and you remember, you mark my words right now, if this type of energy, as soon as they see you move into partnership, all of a sudden start singing a different tune, all of a sudden you're like, some energy is, I keep on hearing, some energy is addicted to the one that got away, right? And they're saying, rest assured, one day that will be you too, right? If this energy comes back, like if this energy only starts coming towards you when they see you in partnership, remember you have now moved into that position, right? Just be conscientious of it. Bottom of the deck. Some energy only wants what others have, right? Some energy doesn't realize a gift. I keep on hearing some energy only sees a gift when it's being held in another person's hands. It sucks. It's the saddest thing ever. But your value should not be conditional. And then you know what that says? They don't consider their hands worthy of anything, right? That's not something you created another person. They're saying the energy that's for you will honor you in the space that they're holding you. They won't pine for you when they see you in another person's embrace, right? Your value is intrinsic on who you are. It's not conditional upon who you're standing beside. I'm going to say that again. Your value is intrinsic in who you are. It should not be conditional on who you are standing beside. Thank you so much. And remember, when that happens, you offered that to them. Okay? Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Little Vamp. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 28 or more. 4 cards, 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Binks and my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things that you don't read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Bella, thank you for confirming. Can you tell me the initial of the place you sent the donation? I'll confirm you're on the list. You don't have to state the whole place. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. And the next person on the list for today is Alexandra. Did you get a chance to post that reading that dream up? All right. Just reading over the comments. That was aggressive. I felt that masculine Aries energy. Yep. Oh man, every time. I'm going to stress this. Nail on the head. Thank you for confirmation. Oh God, not one of these. I'm right here. No, I see it. I make it make sense. Honestly. I keep on hearing, I see you literally, I am right here. Thank you. Living it. Sending you so much support, Little Vamp. It's painful. Yep. And then they're gone. They'll romanticize you with the next person. Yeah. Thank you as well for confirmation and sending you so much support on that journey, Little. Definitely feel like you're talking about me, calling me out. I need it. Thank you, Adam, for being here and also receiving these messages. It's called the Ghost X. That makes sense. Avoidant attachment theory. Oh no, it's called Phantom X syndrome. Oh wow. Thank you. I didn't even know there was a term for it. I'm gonna cry. No, I hope it's happy. I hope it's a happy cry, Little Vamp. You deserve it. You absolutely deserve to be prioritized and love. You're no one's consolation prize. And thank you, Bella. I've been there as well. Having healing took a long time. Sending you support per. They're afraid of, Nikki, they're afraid of intimacy. So it's easier for them to think about the distant romanticized memory. Yeah, because it's safe there, right? Because they don't have to live it. They just have to, they can just think about it. You're thankful, everyone. Grateful for this group. We're grateful for you as well, Little Vamp. Thank you, P. Thank you for confirming, Bella. I'll confirm you right now, dear. What comes to mind is grass is greener syndrome. Yeah, very similar to that as well. Very similar. Bella, can you give me the first initial of the name that it was sent under? You don't have to give your full name if you don't want to. Thank you. I'm glad that this helps. All right. Alexander, did you post, dear? Yep, I got you. You're on the list, Bella. Thank you for confirming. All right. And if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the 1, 2, 3. You'll be the 4th person read for. Thank you for confirming. So just a reminder to anybody who we're doing a dream interpretation now. If you would like a dream, if you have a dream that you'd like interpreted, or you have information that you feel is relevant to share with me before we start our reading, you can include it in the notes when you send the payment. Or if you're a subscriber, you can put it in our subscriber only Discord channel and I'll reference it. Do I have permission to read your dream out loud, Alexandra? Yep, thank you. All right. One moment. All right, this is the dream. And just a reminder, my friends, we're at 37.6K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So please make sure to be tapping that screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages the app to push this out to those who have not received these messages before. So thank you. The dream. I had a dream about my old best friend. We have a strained relationship. She replied to my message in my dream. She spammed me with positive messages and said she missed me and wanted to see me, as if we were reconciling again. I was so shocked and happy, but felt it wasn't real. I told myself to triple check because I was aware in my dream that something like this tends to happen to me, where messages look so real, but I wake up disappointed that someone didn't actually reach out in the way that they did in my dream. I kept opening the messages to see it was still there, but trying to do it in the wake state to verify it's real. So I would purposely physically wake up, but also didn't stay awake enough to get to check in real life. So I would slip back in my dream and check there. And then I felt it wasn't real again, so tried to wake myself up to check again. And that went on back and forth for some time. Eventually, after the back and forth, I finally stayed awake long enough to check, and there was no reply, which I knew but was still disappointed to see. Can I please have 4 cards? Highest priority messages, please. I mean, I think that there's something really important in relationality to this dream, um, helping one, and you know, dreams like this are really, really painful because um, some dreams help us recognize our manifestation goals. And often the dreams that help us recognize our manifestation goals um, can be extremely painful, because I feel that there's something about this that's helping you understand and recognize how easy it would be to reach some point of energetic resolution as it relates to some kind of strained relationship dynamic that is occurring between you and them. Um, and I think that there's something but and here's the thing: there's 2 different things that are happening in this dream. Um, and I need to stress that this one is probably the most important thing, because it does feel to me that there's a guide behind this reading that was trying to show you something as it relates to the quality of the relationship. And that has to do with the fact that you in the dream space, you received a positive message from this person. And it was so out of character from what you expected that you literally woke up in the dream. When I say woke up, I mean you literally came into a liminal space in the dream because you had a manifestation being fulfilled. And it was so it was so incongruous to the experience that you've had in a connection that it literally it broke the illusion of the dream because you said this couldn't possibly be happening. Um, and there's something very valuable and important about that because I would say pay a lot of attention to the feeling that you had in relationality to receiving those messages. Because what they're saying is that feeling that you had was so incongruous to the feeling that this energy creates in you that it was like a shock to your system. It shocked you into consciousness in the dream space. And so I think that there's something what's so important about that, and I can see I can see why this dream was so painful. But the guides were kind of, it feels to me like there was a guide trying to show you two things in this dream, which is one, how easy, how easy it would be on your part to bring something into a space of resolution, how little you would need. Like this is not someone having to like slay a dragon or like go out of their way or like this is not someone like going like far afield to resolve something between you and them. It just requires a little check-in. It just requires a little bit of positivity. It's like it's saying to me like they're saying to me like positive breadcrumbs in any fashion would be enough to restore something into a space of harmony. But the fact that even that, they're saying the fact that even that, even the little breadcrumbs that of positivity that another could send your way to to create that feeling of stability is so far afield from what it is that you receive from that energy that it was enough to shock you back into consciousness in the dream space is trying to help you recognize and identify how even that seems like it's too much, right? And so they're saying, it almost says to me, be wary of a relationship that makes it feel like you're continually asking for too much and giving even less, right? They're actually saying to me that there's something about that space that was trying to show you, one, how easy it would be to move it back into a space of positivity, while at the same time showing how much, like even that small thing feels like a monumental effort to such an extent that it almost seems like unbelievable, even to your sleeping state, like even too much in your sleeping state to be able to like, you're like, that was a bridge too far. Like, and I want you to think of like, they're saying like, they want you to think about all the things you can do in dreams and be like, this is totally normal. Like, you can be having a cup of tea underwater in a dream space and be like, this is fine. Yeah, this is fine. And wake up, be like, oh yeah. But you were in a dream space, and the thing that shocked you into consciousness was someone responding in a pleasant way to a message, because it feels like it's almost showing you how far from the realms of what you're receiving that feels like, that just like your conscious mind was like, this cannot be happening. Like, so again, that said, bottom of the deck on this message, yeah. And and I feel like there's something about that that's trying to say to you in a way that if you've done everything that you can do, right, to amend a relationship. Like I feel like, and I know how painful messages like this are, but I feel like there's a little bit of consolation that's trying to be brought towards you in this way. Because I feel like they're trying to help you see the reality of a situation so that you don't feel it's your responsibility to fix something outside of your ability to fix. Right? I keep on hearing we can only, and we talk about this, we can meet energy halfway. Like when we're in a healthy space, we always meet energy halfway, which means we don't insist, right? It doesn't become our responsibility to maintain an energetic connection. It doesn't require our responsibility to chase after someone. It doesn't become our responsibility to bend over backwards to try to make sure energy's in a healthy space. But sometimes we'll have those energetic relationships where it feels like if we don't do our portion, they just go away. And so I feel like there's something about this that the guides were trying to show you and saying, hey, if you were to take your hands off the wheel, would this energy step up to the plate? Because I need to point this out. A healthy relationship is that, right? It feels like we do something because we want to. We don't feel like we do so because we have to. And I feel like that was the ultimate message of this reading and also that dream, which is a reminder about something about seeing this and saying, has this energy shown you that in those moments when you let go of the wheel, they'll be willing to step up to the plate? Because that's the energy of, again, and that's often the energy that we want to have in friendship, where it doesn't feel like it's demanding. It's not that we demand things from each other, but it's that I keep on hearing that beautiful give and take of energetic support in relationality to what we get and what we give back in turn. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to, I keep on hearing, it doesn't have to be proportionate, right? Like that's it. Wait, I got a correction point. They're saying it doesn't have to be proportionate. There are some relationships we have, like I've got them in my life, where I'm like, I will always do these things, and another person might not. But it's like they're saying that it's that vibe that we move into that helps us recognize what feels like it nourishes us. And I feel like that is the call about this dream, is saying, I know that there's something that you want to heal, but is this energy healing, like working to nourish you in the same way that you're trying to energetically heal it? Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Mylayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we are reading for today is, we've got Nikki. Nikki, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anybody else would care to get on the list right now, you will be the third person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28, 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Also, we're at 38.1K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective in the form of a random drawing. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. And I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was giving that dream interpretation. All right. Hi there, Nikki. Thank you, dear. All right. And just bear with me a moment. Also, if you're joining us across any of the other apps and would like to get on the list, all you need to do is send that donation via my tree that has Binks in it in Mylayo, and you will also be added to the list today. All right. And Rosie, thank you for the follow, dear. And thank you, Alexandra. Oh, I know it's a heavy dream. Yes, absolutely. I wanted to believe, but I was like, that's fishy. But I mean, like, that's like that in itself is what feels like that's what the guide was trying to show you. Like just the fact that simple act felt so like beyond the pale that it woke you into consciousness. That's true. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. That's where I'm at right now with a friend. Completely let it go. And I need to point this out. Like when you work in that context, sometimes we have those moments that we recognize and identify. I mean, it's painful, right? But sometimes we see those things and it's hard, but it helps us. Like it helps us, you know. Yes, that's true. Repair takes 2. Like that's effectively what they were identifying. And BB, thank you for that beautiful galaxy, dear. Good to see you today. I hope the move is going well. Recognition's a powerful tool. Absolutely, Per. And Alexandra, hold on, just reading over the comments. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments as well. Yes. Thank you. Hi there, Nikki. My dreams in the Discord. I got you. We're moving strong with the dreams today. I love this. I know we all love a good dream thing. And BB, go ahead and say hi in the comments. I'll pin you. Guys, make sure you give BB a follow. An absolutely wonderful reader as well. Good to see you. Thank you, dear. Excellent. All right. Okay, so we're doing a reading right now for Nikki. Dream interpretation for Nikki, please. What do we got? All right. Okay. Hold on. Nikki, did you say, thank you, dear, for that gift? Did you say you put it in the Discord? Am I missing it? Hold on a minute. It's kind of, wait, the violent, wait, is this is a different one? Oh, wait, no, it's just very similar to the last stream. Okay, never mind. Okay, I see it now. Okay. I'm sorry. It was so similar. It was so similar to the last dream that I thought it was the same dream. So there's obviously a continuation. Thank you, BB, for those roses. I appreciate you. Yeah, there's definitely a theme here. And thank you, Roberto, for the follow. Okay, we're gonna read this dream. Listen, listen, for those who are in the chat, I will say that there is a trigger warning on this stream. There is some violence that is articulated. If that's something that is too much, I just want to let you guys know it's okay if you need to step out of the room. All right. Okay, so we're reading now for Nikki. I was in my house, but it was somewhere else, like a sketchy area. There were a bunch of flimsy French doors that don't exist in real life. They kept swinging open, and I had to keep locking them myself, but they wouldn't stay shut. One fell off, and my mom kept dropping it while we tried to fix it. There was also a shed attached to the house with glass doors, also not real. Someone came into it. I thought I had a real pew pew, but it turned out to be a pellet pew pew. I used the pew pew, and it barely worked. They pulled out a real pew pew and used it at me, but I dodged it in slow motion like Neo in the Matrix. The bullet was pink for some reason. Then we were outside. My mom, or someone like her, was using a pew pew, but missing. I yelled, "Give it to me." And she flipped the pew pew back to me. I caught it and I took out two main people, but it made holes in them like Swiss cheese. Um, and they crumpled over. It felt like a video game. Then I looked up and there were a bunch more people who met the same fate around me. But it wasn't giving the appearance of being anything gross, though. I was afraid in the house, not so much outside. Okay, thank you. Can I please get 4 cards for Nikki on the stream, please? Okay, so yeah, that makes sense. This has to do, there's something really important, and I want to describe this as well, because this is, and remember, we talk about the fact, one of the reasons I like to work with clients on like dream interpretation is we see themes that stretch across dreams. And so to a certain extent, this is a continuation of the last dream that we saw that we had read for you. And you'll remember that a lot of the same themes that we saw there were coming out in this dream. Particularly if you recall, and I just want to bring this up for the sake of understanding the continuation of the story that we're seeing that was happening or evolving in the dream space. In the last dream that Nikki had, there was a pew pew. And it was interesting because it was a black pew pew that turned white in her hand as she held it. And it had to do with intentionality. There was a lot of conversations that were occurring in the last dream, and your mother was also in it, in relationality to one's responsibility for fixing a relationship. Now, in that dream, you guys were looking at a house, and the house itself was representative of the relationship. So all of this is really important because we see that this is literally picking up where the last stream left off. Now, in the last stream, we saw that Nikki and her mother were looking at a house that they were thinking about trying to fix, but it was in a bad area, right? And this had to do with the relationship with the mother in terms of identifying and saying that even in the best case scenario, that her ability to try to fix something, it doesn't change the quality or nature of the ability of navigating it, because it's almost saying that often when we're trying to fix a hard relationship and it feels like it's in disrepair, it's working through the difficulty point when it comes to someone we love, because we can't abandon it entirely, right? At one point, the responsibility falls on us. And this was further indicated at the end of that dream in the sense that there was like violent activity occurring around the house. And it basically became her responsibility to protect her mother, which just talks about the fact that inevitably, invariably, when we're in energetic connections, especially as it relates to family, the burden of responsibility will often someday fall to us. And so the condition by which we receive that is often conditional in relationality, trying to work through something, even if another person doesn't desire to. So this dream continues the same exact themes that we saw in the last stream. We see the representation point of the house. So again, it's more of the conversation. And I think it's important because we're describing now, instead of being outside of the house, we're inside of the house. And when we are inside the house in dreams, houses are often representative of the mansion of the self. So when we're inside a house in a dream, it can often be representative of our internal mansion. And so the fact that you're articulating the fact that there were French doors on the house has to do with the fact that you've worked to set yourself better standards, right? French doors are very fancy doors. French doors are, and like I need to point this out, you were trying to install French doors on the house. You were trying to maintain the French doors, but your problem with them is they kept on swinging open and you had to keep locking them myself. They wouldn't stay shut. So this is talking about the new standards that you're building in your life as it relates to intimacy and how you desire to be treated. But it feels like they're faulty. It feels like others aren't respecting those higher standards. And especially with the fact that you are trying to do that with your mother, is saying that one of the big issues that may be happening as it relates to someone you're having a hard time navigating these new standards with, is the energy of your mother, which is why it is indicative of the fact that you're trying to help her put these fancy these doors up, and they kept dropping them, which is talking about the fact that it feels like your mother is not being respective of navigating the standards that you're trying to maintain in your life, right? They keep dropping the standard. Now, when we're getting to the space about talking about, and I need to stress this because there's something really important about the fact that when others started to try to do the same thing that your mother was doing, you had to pull out an energetic weapon, because it almost says that it's almost the context, um, the context that if anyone else, if anyone else like took the liberties of violating the energetic standards, how it would be perfectly reasonable for you to go off on them, right? Like how it would be like literally like that is the representation of the weapon. Like if anybody else did the same thing, if anyone else tried to come in the same way, you would be completely validated to go off on them. And it would feel like you were doing it from a place of love, which is why the bullet is pink, right? Because it's almost like the energy of saying, like, hey, you've got no right to do that. I'm doing this for your own good. I'm helping you. This is me being a compassionate warrior, because you recognize that by calling someone out on violating your energetic standards, you're doing it from a place of love, because you're giving them something to say, I'm going to assume you did that accidentally. I'm giving you something that I hope helps you going forward, right? Like that's why there was that pink That's why the bullet was effectively pink, right? Because often, like I need to point this out, like often, again, kind, not nice, exactly. Because often when we have those moments and it feels like someone is violating our energetic boundaries, we're like, someone did not raise you right. Someone did not raise you right. And so I am now going to get, like, this is an act of love in me saying to you, absolutely not, right? Because that is the compassionate pink bullet in saying to another person, I am not trying to destroy you with this. I'm literally trying to help you. So I'm assuming you did this accidentally, and I'm going to make sure that you don't do it again. I'm just going to injure you enough. Like I have to injure you by helping you say you can't do this. And I know it might hurt your ego, right? The pink bullet. I know it might wound your ego, but it's not, it's like, I'm doing this because I, like, often when we love someone, like we're like, we care about someone, we're like, I'm wounding your ego. I keep on hearing, I'm wounding your ego to save your soul. I'm wounding your ego to save your soul. So I keep on seeing that there's a lot of that that's occurring there. And this brings us to um, the fact, and this is further articulated by the fact that you kept on saying it felt like a video game. It didn't feel like they were actually, like, unalived by this work, right? And again, you even said that one of the things, I didn't mention it in the dream because I didn't want to trigger anyone, but you said the stuff that we would typically expect inside of us wasn't present, right? So it's saying to me that that is further indication that you're working through the space that understands that sometimes, again, kind, not nice. Sometimes in order to help someone, right? We do something that's difficult and we say, I'm doing this for your benefit. Better it stop with me, right? Better this become a learning experience. I keep on hearing, better this become a learning experience and you not like me because I love you enough that I'm not allowing, like, I'm not going to just be nice to you, right? So this is all saying to me that, um, and I need to stress this, this is the important thing. The reason you are afraid in the house, not outside, is because your mother was in the house. You couldn't do that to her. And it talks about the difficulty as it relates to intimacy and the difficulty in help in setting energetic standards. Because and then they were using the example of the energy outside the house trying to get in versus the energy of the mother who keeps who like you're trying, like, it feels like the doors keep coming off in their hands, which is talking through how you can't work in the same vector, right? You can't work in the same, like, space of wounding. I keep on saying there's no way you can, like, try to heal something with your mother by wounding their ego to save their soul, because it just says to me that it's almost like it feels more painful because it's almost like the energy that says I shouldn't, if you love me, I shouldn't have to I shouldn't have to make an energetic lesson in you not respecting my boundaries. And this is what we talk about when it comes to, like, the inner workings of intimacy. This is why sometimes healing something on an inner level is harder, because while we might not bat an eyelash to helping someone learn outside of the construct of the self, someone outside of ourself, look, I'm going to assume you nobody raised you right, so I'm going to do the work for you. You're welcome. When it's someone that we're close to, I keep on hearing it shouldn't be conditional of you hurting another person's ego to show them how to treat you, right? They should just honor it, is what I keep on hearing. And that's why you felt more of the anxiety inside the house, because you realized that you couldn't use the pew pew in that space. Bottom of the deck, yeah, again, it's having to do with the energetic truth of something, because again, remember when I said the ability to do it outside of the cell, outside of the house, is being like, I don't know who raised you, so I'm going to take on the burden of that responsibility. You can't do it inside the house because you know exactly who raised them. You can't do it inside the house because it doesn't feel like you're educating someone on how to raise, like, you can't give them the benefit of the doubt and say maybe you came from a bad place, you don't know, you weren't raised properly, so I'm going to help you in this moment. It's like the policy falls apart because, I told you, too close to home. You're like, who raised them. It's like that's a lot. Like, why are you like this? It's like it starts to become ancestral trauma, right? And so that's why they're saying that that's why you were more afraid inside the house, because going inside the house and asking the question, who raised you, starts raising questions that are hard to navigate, right? It's like it's a lot of that, like it's working through a lot of the inner truth as it relates to healing ancestral trauma. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Nikki. And if this message, wow, and I just have to say, like I dropped the moon card out from on the deck and look what was hiding behind it. Thank you so much, Nikki, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. It is 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers, Binks and Malayo. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Carrie Ann. Carrie Ann, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And if anyone else would like to get on the list for today, you'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Also, friends, we are at 40K likes. If we get to 50K, when we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Also, when you tap the screen, it pushes this live out to those who might not have received it before. And also, if you would like to get on the list and you have information that is relevant to me for the reading, for instance, if you have a dream interpretation or if you have a past life reading you're looking for more details on, you can send that information in the notes when you send the donation, or you can include it in our, if you are a subscriber, you can put it in our Discord channel in the designated channels for it. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was giving that reading. I got you, Bella. And again, if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. Great time to get on the list. It's nice and short. And just bear with me a moment as I read over some of the comments that came through as it was giving that reading. All right. And Roberto, thank you for the follow. Neo in the Matrix. Yes. Well, that's like, and I have to point out the fact that you said you were handling it like Neo in the Matrix. It just shows you the fact that like it doesn't phase you. You know, it doesn't phase you when you experience it in the world. You know what I mean? Like you're like like you know how to adapt to it. You know, but when it comes towards the inside, like that's where everything falls apart. Yes, thank you, Per. Yes, lots of pew pews. And thank you, Felix, for the follow. There's a pew pew theme. But I think it's important because there's something very important I need to articulate that keeps on happening with those pew pews. They're never hurting anybody. Like they're knocking people down, but you keep on telling me like they keep on turning white, they keep on turning pink. It's like a lot of that, I really don't want to hurt you, but I will if I have to. It's like it's giving me a lot of, I really don't want to hurt you, but I will if I have to kind of energy. Like it's really giving me like peaceful warrior vibes. Like, please don't make me, but also like I can, you know? I mean, here we go again. You know, it's what's wild is it looks like a laser tag. No, I totally understand. I can see it. It's the same time. It's the same type from last one. Yep. And it went back again, so that's good to know too. Well, yeah, it didn't matter. The color of it didn't matter this time because the bullet was pink. Spiritual space, yeah, not really of bodies, earthly expectations. Hold on a minute. Um, yep. And Adam, thank you for joining us. Oh, your coworker was also there. That makes sense as well. It wasn't helping. He was just there. Again, bystander energy. Right. And with the pellet, yeah. Wounding your ego to save your soul. Exactly. I mean, listen, spiritual warrior, right? What does a spiritual warrior do if not wounding your ego to save your soul? Spiritual space. Yep. Her mom, no. So again, the complication with the mother energy is you can't adopt the same strategy, right? I keep on hearing you can't wound an ego to save the soul of an energetic parent. because it's not the same. It's talking about the tears of healing. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Thank you, Hardy. It was crazy. I felt like an assassin when she flipped it to me. Like, I got it. This is nothing. Because, and again, they're saying she taught you that, right? Like, that's what's even more interesting about it, right? Remember how she keeps on making you have to take care of things. So it's like, again, she's handing it off to you. So you have no choice. It's giving me like rough education. And thank you again, as Bridget said, thank you for sharing that dream with us. Thank you, Sen. So deeply layered. I appreciate it. You're so welcome, dear. It's amazing. I gotta say, this is why I like doing dream packages with my clients, because it's amazing to see the connectivity points that we build in the dream space from one dream to another. Yeah, we should call you Neo now. I wish I could make movies out of my dreams for all of you to see. Me too. I just need to know what's next for love. I got you, dear. Happy to do so. Nikki. I love the references. All right. Can I please get, and if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you'll be the second person read for. And we're at 41K likes, friends. We're almost at 50. Can I please get 3 cards? Highest priority messages, please. For Bella. Thank you. Okay, I've got some messages for you. All right. Your energy is intimidating for energy that doesn't know what they want. I know it's I can see, like, you've had a lot of relationships. I just keep on seeing a lot of energy trying to tear you down because they were energetically intimidated about you, like intimidated by you. Um, and what, and I gotta tell you, like, what is the song you will hear when someone is intimidated by your manifestations? When they don't feel like they want the same manifestations, or they're like, or they don't feel like they can keep you. You're asking for too much. You want too much. Your muchness is going to be an absolute gift for someone who wants the same things from you. And for energy that doesn't, they're going to see it like a problem that needs to be solved. No more of this taming of the shrew nonsense is what I keep on hearing. No more of this taming of the shrew nonsense. What is this? Who is this? This is ridiculous. All right. This is, you are not a problem to be solved. You are not like, is this someone trying to tell you that you're grandiose in your dream? Again, I just have to say this. The song you will hear in someone that does not have the same ambitions of you, the same energy, the song you will hear in someone that does not think that they're good enough for you is, you're too much. You need to settle down. You need to like you need to, like, your vibe is too high. Like, what, like, what is this? I'm sorry, like, whatever this is, because I keep on hearing that there's some, like, it feels really disappointing because I see someone that couldn't rise to the challenge of you, right? And I keep on hearing whatever I'm seeing here, like, it feels like ultimatums, you know? It feels like someone saying, like, And I gotta stress this, like, they're like, ugh. Um, we don't give each other ultimatums. We don't give each other ultimatums in healthy partnership. We don't say do this or else. We don't hold ourselves energetically hostage. And I gotta tell you, you know, if this is a situation that of someone trying to tell you that the reason they weren't showing up for you is because you weren't perfect. Remember, perfect is qualitative. We don't demand perfection from each other because demanding perfection is often what is articulated when someone is trying to change someone into someone they're not. It's not about being perfect. It's recognizing and identifying. I keep on hearing we're not conditional and saying you better do this or else, you better change or out. Like what? No, we let go of the expectations in each other. We work towards manifestations, and then we find the beauty in evolving together, right? But when often I keep on hearing, like when someone's in that space of saying, you're too much, you have to start doing this, like that can be painful because someone who's trying to cultivate a good relationship. You don't try to change someone into the perfect partner. And that's why often those who try to like cultivate the perfect partner are often energetically unsatisfied because people are not conditional. That's not like, again, like someone who's trying to cultivate a partner isn't looking for a partner, they're looking for a secretary, you know? They're looking like it's not your job to meet another person's needs. We show up for each other and we celebrate where we are. And I'm saying this because like I just see someone around you that's got some control issues, right? Like this is giving me someone who's got like some serious control issues. And when someone's got control issues, they like there's nothing worse for someone with control issues than someone that's energetically empowered, because someone who sees someone who's empowered and they have control issues, they're going to look at them and say that's someone out of control, right? Yes, yes, for someone who's got control issues, someone empowered will look like someone who is out of control, because our job in relationships isn't to control each other, it's to help one another grow. So I'm saying all of this right now because they're saying that there's something about this that says to me that you have to recognize that you know energy that is like your muchness is going to be an absolute gift for the right energetic counterpart. But that person needs to be brave, they need to be confident, and they have to understand that like like they need to like that responsibility in being brave in the space of love um requires the ability to heal the ego. And I'm just saying this here because I can almost see like some kind of dissatisfaction point of someone who won't let go of something but is also not letting go of you. And so make sure that someone, if you're trying to heal something here, make sure someone's coming towards you with reasonable expectations. Because I keep on hearing, the past is a library, it's not an armory, right? You don't look at the past and say, well, the reason I'm doing this is because you did that. No, that's not, we're not conditional in terms, if we look to the past for excuses for behavior, we will always find them. There's always some way someone, if we want to look for failure, we can always find some reason that someone has failed us to allow us to move into the modality of being our worst self, right? That's why energy, there's no you made me do this or you made me angry. Who you are when you're angry is who you are. And there can't be a relationship that someone says, well, the reason I did that was because I was upset. Yeah, we get upset in relationships. That's what happens in them. It's not, we're never out of character. Who we are in those moments defines us. So don't let someone say, well, you can't take me at, you can't. And when someone says, well, you can't, I didn't mean that, I was upset. That all that says is you just have to, you have to create a space where I'm never upset. And if I'm going to tell you right now, if someone says they can't control what they do, if someone's saying I cannot control how I behave at a moment that they're upset, that is something they need help with. That's not something for you to change or adapt to. That is something that they need to take responsibility for. Bottom of the deck, yeah, because I just keep on seeing, don't don't change because of another person's inability to regulate. Don't change because of another person's inability to regulate, because all you do, right? Like, this is why we don't sweep it under the rugs. This is why we don't say just pretend it never happened, because it will happen again. You cannot be in a space that says everything's fine. This is not the Hulk. Okay? Our relationships are not Hulk energy. Our relationships should not be sustained in saying everything will be fine as long as you don't get me angry. Like, Hulk free zone. And if someone is asking you to give them Hulk rules in the relationship, you walk away and you don't start walking, because a healthy relationship does not allow for Hulk rules to apply. And often, I know how painful it is when we see it, but don't take, it's not your job to save someone from themselves. They have to take responsibility. Because I just keep on seeing that there's an energetic, like, you're like, I keep on saying you are going to be an absolute gift for someone that is ready to have everything that they can have with you. But it's taking a lot of bravery. So don't let another person's fear get the better of you here. Thank you so much, Bella, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is open. You'll be the second person read for. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers. Thanks to my Lio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of my the comments that came through as I was reading. And also, friends, we are at 45K likes. When we get to 50K, I will be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. We'll get to 50K in no time. Also, when you tap the screen, it encourages the app to push this out to those who might not have received these messages before. So thank you. I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Kay, of course you can, dear. Good to see you. All right. All right. That's exactly what it feels like. It's like I don't want to, but I can. Oh no, I see it, Nikki. Yeah, I mean, like, that's like, again, that's warrior energy. We talk about that here. Like, I like to point out, like, the Aries energy that says I don't want to fight, which does not mean I can't fight, right? I don't want to fight. Yes. No, no. A pew pew is not the same as a popo, Carmen. They're related to each other. Hi there, Uptown. How are you doing? I like the two. These dreams are making sense. I haven't had crazy dreams, to be honest. Just annoyed. I mean, they sometimes they be like that, right? Haley, I mean, there's nothing like when you wake up, you're like, oh, I know what that dream was about. Haley, I know I had a wild dream last night, but it left as soon as I woke up. My mind always goes to my son. It happens, right? No, I get it. That's why I like to point out one way to help with dreams. I always encourage my clients, even if you don't remember the dream, I want you to keep a dream journal, and I want you to write down, I could not recall. I could not recall, right? You have to you get in the space, even when you don't remember, write it down that you didn't recall. Hi there, Grand Rising Hannah. If you start journaling, it'll get better with remembering. Absolutely, Per. Wow, the timing of this. I woke up to find I'd been blocked this morning with zero communication. Sending you so much support, Hannah. That's not okay. Wow, the taming of the shrew, issues regarding control. This is helpful. Thank you, Addie. Oh, Hannah, I'm sending you so much support, dear. Listen, you know what? If it's any consolation, I'm going to tell you right now. Um, Alexandra accidentally got blocked here, right? Okay, I just want to point this out. And Alexandra reached out to me, and I have no idea how she got blocked. Like I was mortified. So, sometimes I will point out, sometimes it can be accidental. Sometimes it can be accidental. Give someone, this app is a little finicky like that. Give someone the benefit of the doubt. Okay. And I'm just sharing that story because I was so relieved when Alexandra reached out and told me that that had occurred because I was gobsmacked. Yes, thank you for confirmation, Bella. Like Miley Cyrus and Liam, like she couldn't left because he couldn't handle her vibe. Yeah, exactly. It's a beautiful analogy for what I was seeing there. Yeah. I can't rise to the challenge and then makes you feel like it's your fault. Sending you, yep, exactly. Tap to claim Nikki. No, absolutely no energetic ultimatums. Someone once told a friend to tell me not to swear or curse so much. But I just need to point out the fact that they told a friend instead of coming to you directly, like that to me, like honestly, if someone said to me, like, the fact that you curse so much bothers me, like I would take that note, but it's the circumventing that feels so weird there. You know what I mean? Like that's not cool. This is why it's not working. Thank you for confirmation, Bella. Sending you so much support. I'm sorry. I just saw this. Thank you. I appreciate that. I'll have to keep that and keep it next to me. Yes, thank you for confirmation, Bella. A word. We have no time limits here. Nope. Thank you guys for supporting each other in the comments. Thank you. I've been stressed with this person. He hasn't even communicated to me. Well, and again, this is also like we don't hold ourselves energetic hostage. You know, if someone comes back, whatever this was, it was not a chalkboard erase moment. It's a bookmark. You pick up exactly where it left off, or not at all. Right? It's not important if it's not picky, and especially if you were talking about commitment when it occurred. Lack of self-control shows as a lack of respect. Beautifully said, Nikki. You're right. Thank you, Bella. Don't change because someone else's inability to regulate. Boom. Thank you, Hannah. You have someone waiting for you to walk away from them to give you what you deserve. Tap to claim Bridget. Unfortunately, this person probably will not acknowledge that they need help. If they cannot acknowledge it, they cannot heal it. I know how painful it is, right? Everything is capable of being fixed unless someone refuses to acknowledge something needs to be fixed. You're so welcome, Bella. Sending you so much support on that journey. No, thank you for tapping, Per. I appreciate you. And we got to 50K. All right. We're not at one cards yet, Ruby, but we'll get there. We're gonna do them today. Absolutely. Oh, she blocked you. Okay, she blocked you on everything. That's different. Okay, like she blocked you on everything. All right, that's different. That's different. I don't. I am sending you so much support. That's bizarre. Uptown. I've been so open about what happened and why, and still no communication. Sending you so much support as well, Uptown. Yes, it was during Mercury retrograde. Thank you for confirmation, Alexandra. Yay! Thank you guys for helping us get to 50K. And I'm mourning a loss in the family, so I haven't been in the right state of mind, which I told them. Listen, Uptown, don't focus on outside relationships right now. Just take the time that you need. Identify and recognize. Like if you've communicated and done what you can, like if you're in mourning, take the time you need. Right? I feel like they're using my grief again. Observe it. Let that be a conversation for another time. Honor the space of grief that you're in right now. I keep on hearing there'll be time for feelings. Like don't let yourself get triggered in this moment. Just find a moment to be able to compose yourself and let them know. And I'm sending you so much support through that journey. I hope you're okay. Yeah, hold on, I feel like their friends don't respect me. Sending you so much support. I'm tired of friends manipulating a relationship I'm trying to build with one person. I need to point this out. Like healthy energy is not going to let I need to point this out. Healthy energy is not going to let energy manipulate their relationships. You know? It's just not going to happen. This is what we talk about here about like taking advice but not over absorbing another person's determination points. Hi, Jessica, you're back, dear. Oh, good. I'm so glad. Thank you. I got you. Yep. Happy to add you to the list, dear. Thank you for coming back. Yep, I've got you. I wasn't blocked on everything. I absolutely feel like someone is lying to that person about me. I could use some support from friends. I need to point this out, though. I need to stress this. This is why we don't operate in hearsay. You know, like when we're in a healthy space, like who cares what other people say about us? You know, we just talk. We just talk to we go to the source. You know. Hi there, Anthony. How are you doing today? I never told them to solve my problems. I was just hoping I could vent. Again, you deserve a space to vent. Apparently, friendship is transitional. I'm sending you support on that journey up down. That sounds really painful, but I want you to remember you're actively healing in your mourning, and that requires time for yourself as well. I don't care what they think at all. I do care about what that specific person thinks. Well, and I need to point this out. If that energy is, I need to point this out, and I want you to think about it from the context of the self, right? And again, healthy energy, you don't circumnavigate conversations, you just speak directly to each other, you know? All right. All right, next person we're reading for today is, well, but before we continue, we're going to do the 50K giveaway. And if anyone else wants to get on the list today, we've got 4 spots open before the list will be closed. 4 spots open. But first things first, let's do our 50K giveaway. So I'm going to be thinking of a number right now between 1 and 53. First person I see that posts the number will get the reading. First person I see, not the first person that posts it. Sometimes I see things in order different than you guys post them. No, 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 no. Pops! You got it. Congratulations, dear. Thank you guys so much for participating. We will do that again if we hit Per. What are you doing? Nice try, Per. We will do that again when we get to 100K. In the meantime, if anyone else wants to get on the list right now, you will be the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th person read for. 3 cards for a donation of 28, 29 or more. 4 cards for a donation of 23 or more for my subscribers. Links in my bio. You put 88. What are you guys doing today? Sillies. All right. Next person we're reading for right now is Melissa. Melissa, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? Jessica, you'll be read for after Melissa. Oh, and hold on a minute. Wait. And yeah, the order right now is Melissa, Jessica, K. Megan, and then Pops. Yeah. Okay. Addison, is Addison back? Addison, are you back? Sorry, if Addison's back and I missed it, I'm sorry. There's been a lot happening. Addison, are you here? All right, roll call. All right, so I'm looking for Addison. I'm looking for Addison or Mel. Addison or Mel. Second call, Addison or Mel. Do 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 do. Hi Mel, how are you doing? Can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer? General for please. Wake up, Addison. All right. 4 cards, please. Highest priority messages from spirits. All right. Whoa. What is this? What is this nonsense I'm seeing? Psh, no, you don't have to do anything you're not comfortable with. Don't let someone change something. Like, listen, what is this? Here's the thing. And this is why we have to be very careful with our sorries. Because when and I need to point out, when we're constantly sorry, sorry stops meaning anything, is what I keep hearing. Like this is what we mean about like the sorry that starts falling on deaf ears, right? Because being sorry, and this is like the context of being sorry, an apology. Sorry is not an apology because sorry can mean a lot of stuff, right? If you're telling me that I'm doing something to you that's like completely whack, and I say sorry, it's not like you're like, oh, good, okay, now we're good again, right? Like it's not like sorry doesn't do. I keep on. This is one of your guides because I don't. You've got a guide that's saying this because the way they're saying it is kind of like sorry doesn't mean jack because it's easy. It's lip service is what they're saying. This is the guide that's around you. An apology, like a true apology, is a plan, right? An apology is the commitment that you won't have to say sorry again. Is what I keep on seeing. And they're saying, remember that. An apology is a commitment that you'll never have to hear the same sorry twice. They want me to say that again. An apology, a true apology, is a promise that you'll never have to hear the same sorry twice. And what's beautiful about that I'm hearing is the fact that it allows for the context by which we all make mistakes, right? We all make mistakes. It doesn't require us to be perfect, right? But when we're truly in a state of apology, we honor the things that we're sorry about so that we don't have to apologize for them again, right? Because once we start apologizing, and I keep on hearing, when we're in a space that we're constantly like we're constantly saying sorry over and over and over again, that's what we call a bad habit, right? Like a bad habit is a situation where you're constantly sorry about something, but you can't stop doing it. And so they're saying, like, be very mindful in relationality to the difference between someone that has a bad habit that is often indicative in the fact that they're constantly saying that they're sorry about something, but they're almost saying sorry because they're like, I'm sorry you have to put up with this. It's going to happen again, right? Versus those energetic situations and circumstances where someone says, I don't want to let you down. I feel terrible that I let you down. And I'm going to take actions to try to rectify it. And that's why I keep on hearing that, like, when energy cares about us, they limit the amount of sorries that we hear. And that doesn't mean that we're not apologetic, but we do a lot of work to make sure that we only have to say sorry once. And I feel like there's something about this that's happening right now in relationality to recognizing or identifying um, like someone with some kind of like this is I keep on hearing the term bad habit, right? And what's often difficult about that is sometimes someone with like someone with a bad habit, like one of the things that we identify is that there's like, this is why we sometimes talk about the sorry that stops meaning anything, because often those with bad habits are constantly saying sorry, but they're not changing it. And so I need to keep on, I need to, and I feel like there's something about this that's really important, because they're saying, like, and this is why we talk about, this is why, like, this is literally, like, it almost feels like someone around you that might need an intervention. This is often like why we talk about the need for an energetic intervention, because sometimes, like, sometimes those moments where someone has something in that way, they're so committed to avoiding it within themselves that they need others, like, you can't, they need others to, like, validate and verify the fact that they need help in some context. um but I'm saying all of this right now because they're saying, like, the message is coming through on something. um I keep on hearing it's not your fault. Like, that's the thing that keeps on coming through. Don't let someone, like, don't let someone blame you um for their lack of showing up, you know? Like, it feels like, and this is why I keep on getting the message, like, when we're in a healthy space, we don't have scapegoats, right? We don't have scapegoats. We don't say, well, if it wasn't for this person, like, no, like, what, like, that ability of trying to blame another for something, right? Um, like, I just keep on seeing, and I keep on seeing, like, you've got, and this is funny because it's saying to me it's an ancestor reading. So there's a guide on, like, who sees you, like, having to pick up the slack for someone, is what I'm kind of seeing here. And I keep on hearing, like, what's interesting about it too is they're saying it ends with you, right? And what's beautiful about, like, they're saying it ends with you because they're almost saying to me that you're not, like, you're not, if someone's doing that, I almost see, like, you're not replicating it. You're not copying that behavior. um you're I keep on seeing, like, you're in a space where you own your responsibility, right? Like, you're like, I keep on hearing them say you stand up straight, which is saying to me that, like, you're working in that context of recognizing and doing the dual work of saying, I'm not perfect, but I don't have to be. um I just need to identify what it is that I'm working on and commit to doing something better. So continue to do that, because I keep on hearing that it feels like there is something that you're experiencing that feels a little thankless, but the guides are saying that they're not missing it for a moment, is what I keep hearing. They're saying it's not lost. Um, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, and I need to point that. And here's the thing about it, like, and I keep on getting, like, energy like this, and I need to, and often energy in this vibration, I keep on hearing it's storyteller energy, you know? And the thing with the storyteller energy is they always have a story, right? I keep on hearing they always have a story of something that they always want to tell the story about, like, how another person wronged them. They always want to tell the story as to like what happened to them. But that's why I keep on hearing energy like this always ends up being seen in the end, because invariably whoever's around them becomes, like, they become, like I keep on saying, they become the next skate, like, they become the next person that, like, you can't get close to energy like this, because they become the next person that another person blames, right? So they're saying just be patient. Don't get into some kind of mudslinging match with someone. Um, like I keep on hearing, if someone's trying to throw dirt on your name and almost saying to me, let them, because I keep on hearing there's like if someone's trying to throw dirt on your name, stand up straight, which it says you don't have to feel like you have to argue against them, but like let your actions, let your actions be like like be your your response, right? You don't have to, I keep on hearing, you don't have to respond to everything, because often when someone's trying to get you into an accusational space, they're just trying to goad you into saying something that they can then use. So that's why I said don't lower your vibration for anyone, even if they're saying something. And I keep on hearing, if someone's making some kind of like ridiculous accusation, like you don't have to respond to it. They're saying keep your head up, keep on walking, because that, like they're saying, let your walk be they're saying let your walk be your energetic response, because I just keep on seeing, you know like a lot of that work, like I keep like it feels to me like all like it's all talk. It's all talk, no material. You know what I mean? And it's beautiful too, because I keep on hearing, like, it feels to me like you've got protecting on the spiritual plane and trying to say, I've got, like, let us take care of it. That's what I keep on hearing. They're saying, don't, don't let us take care of it. Don't get stressed about it. Thank you so much, because we got your back, is what I keep on hearing. Thank you so much, Melly, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. If you would like to get on the list is closed. But if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. 3 cards for a donation of $29 or more, 4 cards for a donation of $23 or more for my subscribers, links in my bio. Please keep in mind there are 2 things I do not read for across these apps: pregnancy and medical. Happy to give insight on anything in private readings, and you can book private readings on my site. I'm going to take a moment to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Next person on the list for today is Jessica. Jessica, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, still looking for Addison. Still looking for Addison. All right. Isabel, I got you, dear. You're on the list, dear. You got the last spot for today. Just reading over the comments. We are all connected. Tap to claim per. Hold on a minute. Wake up, babe. All right. Thank you, Kim, for getting on the list. The list is closed. I'll try to honor you today on the list. If anyone else gets on the list right now, you'll be added for a reading tomorrow. But next person we're reading for right now, just bear with me a moment. Okay. Wake up, eh? No nonsense. EL, sorry, doesn't mean anything. It's done again in the next wheel of time. I'm going to change this. Sending you, again, an apology is a plan. Right, El? I received this similar guidance a week ago, trusting it. Thank you, Tigress. I'm so glad that this is in alignment with your readings as well. Also grateful. Yep, I got you. This was Isabel. This is a personal reading that we just did. Grand Rising, Estevan. Yes, I kind of realized that. Thank you, Isabel. I got you on the list, dear. Jerry. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Jerry, but I hope you're well. I got on the list. If you don't have time, Bridget, I can save it for another day. Thank you, Bridget. I really appreciate that. I'm going to do my best. But I'm going to try to get everybody in because I want to make sure I have time to do the 1 cards. Okay. Okay. Sending you support, dear. I'm so glad you're here. I hope you're doing well. Thank you guys for supporting each other. I'm glad you guys are here. Patience is key. Note to self, absolutely, per. What if they use the spiritual space to confuse you? Listen, I got to point out trauma is confusion. That's all the closure you need. If someone's being confusing and they're not providing clarity, you walk away from that and you keep walking. You cannot go into you cannot go into trauma trying to find logic. You will continue to dig more and more trauma out of it. I'll let them take care of it if they got me. Yeah, and I feel like they're saying a lot right now is don't let yourself get upset about something. Like they're saying even now, like having to work on some kind of context or feeling about some kind of missed opportunity. I keep on hearing, remember, you don't miss anything that's for you, right? And they're saying, like in a way, like embrace a little bit of that Taurus energy, which is like working in the space of majesty. And again, when you're working in the space of majestic energy, it doesn't require you to chase after things. It's understanding things come to us when we're ready, and that every I keep on hearing everything I keep on hearing there are no lost opportunities. Everything comes back around. All right. Again, Jerry, I'm afraid I'm not sure what you're stating, but um, just be clear in terms of what you're trying to communicate. Jessica, happy to do a general for you. I'm also going to draw an extra card for you because I know you were waiting a while. I love that we're still looking for Addison. They're going to come back. Addison's going to come back. All right. I'm going to send my dream through, yep, PayPal. Oh, please do. Well, Pops, yep. Chad helped to, oh, absolutely, Pops. Baby, I'm going to read the list off right now. So just bear with me a moment. The list I have right now that we're reading for is we're doing Jessica and then K Megan. I've got Angel. I've got Bridget. Hold on. Repeat. We've got Jessica's next, then K Megan, and then Pops, and then Angel, and then Bridget, and then Isabel, and then Kim. I'm going to do my best to fit you in today. The list was closed when you got on, but we're going to try to get you on the list as well. And the list is closed. And we're reading right now for Jessica General. Thank you as well, Tigress. 3 cards for Jessica. Everything very much in alignment with what I was just saying right now. Don't let someone rush you through a process, is what I keep on hearing. Don't let someone rush you through a process. It's giving me like, make sure that you're double checking things, is what I keep on seeing. I keep on hearing if someone's trying to rush you through a process, it's like, what's the rush? You know, the energy that's for you right now is going to move at your speed. And I keep on hearing that a lot of that intention, like I need to point out, like, there's no skipping to the good part on something. Like I keep on hearing anything that's for you right now is going to move in relationality to what's comfortable for you. Like, especially if someone's like, oh, we do this now or we don't do this at all. Like it's giving me a lot of that, like it has to be this day. Like it doesn't have to be any day. It has to be when you feel energetically comfortable about it. I also keep on getting the message. You don't owe anyone closure on anything. You don't owe closure is not found in going back to something. Closure, when energy says I'd like to meet for closure, remember that's usually someone that wants to open something back up. We don't need to meet for closure. And another person saying I think it would be good for us to do that, you get to decide what's good for you. Don't let someone tell you your healing is not conditional as to what another person would say is healing. You get to decide whether a conversation would be healing or not. You get to decide if it would be good for you. Because I got to tell you, sometimes these moments where someone's like, I'd like closure, and then they come into those spaces and say, I'm really glad I got that off my chest. Another person says, well, it doesn't feel like you got it off the chest. It feels like you buried it in mine, right? Often when someone's like, I need closure, and then they tell you something and say, I'm really glad I got that off the chest. Another person says, well, it feels like you buried it in mine. We don't need to show off how much we've changed. We don't need to show off to each other like how far we've come. And again, I keep on seeing if there's some kind of situation or circumstance that you've made peace with, that you work to create closure on, and now someone's coming back and saying, I think it would be good for us to reconnect. I think it would be very cathartic. I think it would provide closure. Closure is not found in going backwards. And remember that often when someone says, I think I need closure, what they're really trying to do is open something up. I keep on hearing, you get to decide what a healthy conversation is. You don't need someone else to tell you that it would be good. You know, like they're saying, trust your intuition, especially if you've done work to heal from something. Yeah, it's very much the same message I keep hearing. Especially if someone left you to have to pick up the pieces, if someone left some kind of situation here that you had to like navigate something on your own, that's the closure. That's the closure, right? Like again, if someone's coming into that space where they're always the one articulating what something is going to be, that lack of reciprocity itself is the closure. Because that ability of working in the context of healthy communication, the difference between energy that feels like it's sporadic, and they keep on saying you don't need to repeat your boundaries. Remember, the difference between nice and courteous, right, is not the vibration of someone coming towards you in a positive manner. It's someone honoring what you said to them. So if you've told someone what you're comfortable with, and they're continuing to insist, they're continuing to push past your boundaries, but articulating the fact that you're not letting them be nice to you, you don't have to be nice. It's not nice to insist. And they're saying, remember, niceness is not how kind you are when you're trying to push against another person's boundaries. It's honoring what another person has asked for. So they're saying you don't have to repeat yourself in that modality. Your boundaries are your boundaries, and energy that's in alignment to you will honor the space that you're asking for. They're not gonna be insistent on trying to build the context by which that occurs. You get to decide what that healing is. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Jessica. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. And I keep on hearing, be wary of someone that wants to show off your healing to you. Be wary of someone that just wants to come to meet with you to show you how much like how much they've improved or how much they don't need you anymore. You know, like it's giving me like that's what I mean with like closure. Someone being like, I'm really glad we had this meeting, and you being like, I didn't need this. Like if it doesn't feel like it's going to serve you, you don't need to sit for it. Thank you, dear. And thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can do so on my site. I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Hannah, thank you for the follow. Yeah, I was left on my own. That's your closure is what I'm seeing. Let that be your closure. That's your closure. Theme of today is niceness is not kindness. It's been the theme for like a week now, V. Yep, I already forgot if you need me to be kind or nice. You have to be kind. You don't have being nice, being nice is extra credit. Thank you as well, Cosmic. All right, next person we're reading for today is K. Megan. K. Megan, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. Also, friends, we're at 56.6K likes. When we get to 100K, I'll be gifting a reading back to the collective. So make sure you're tapping that screen. Hi, Kay. And guys, please thank Armad for all of their help today. Appreciate it. All right. Greetings, Susie. Good to see you today. Reading on, okay. All right, I got you, Kay. 4 cards, please. Why am I getting like a yo-yo effect here? This feels like energetic. This feels like a yo-yo. This is, I mean, everything I keep on seeing, it feels like a yo-yo, and I got to point this out. Like, it's giving me like when someone's in the energy of a yo-yo, it's like the constant fear of missing out, right? It's like it's 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, right? It's working. We work on ourselves so that we're not energetically fickle. Because when we're energetically fickle, when we don't know what we want, everyone around us gets traumatized. When we operate in a space that we can't stay consistent on what we want, everyone around us gets traumatized. I'm going to say it again because you've got a guide now that's coming through. If we are not consistent in holding the vibration of what we want, we become the source of trauma for everyone around us. I change my mind can be utilized like a weapon. It becomes like, even if it feels like it's a positive space, because when someone comes back towards us after they've heard us and said I changed on my mind, it leaves, it's like the aftershock of never knowing what to expect from one moment to another. And so they're saying you have to recognize the trauma does not come in the arrival of whether someone wants something or doesn't. The trauma occurs in the space of inconsistency, of being able not to hold a vibration. And so they're saying, and that's why I've got a guide that's stepping forward right now. And it actually feels like it feels like a big angelic guide that's saying, make sure make sure that someone is safe to be around. And you can identify if someone's safe to be around because they are consistent in their choices. And because that consistency is how we feel safe with one another, right? It's how we don't feel like we are on an energetic yo-yo. And it's not that type of energy that says I throw you away to see how long, like to see how far I can throw you before you come back. Like this is not coming through in the space of recognizing or identifying or working in that context. I keep on seeing like someone can't be halfway with you. Someone can't say, I don't want to be with you, but I'm afraid to lose you, because that's what I'm starting to sense with someone. Someone that wants you lingering in the doorway of their life, right? They either have to step up or they have to step out. Don't create this energetic, don't let them create this energetic vibration that constantly, pushes you away when you try to get close. And then when you finally start to move on, they say, wait, because that's usually indicative of someone who's too afraid of building forth with you, but also recognizes that they're scared to let go of you. So they're saying it's okay to insist that someone hold strong in their decision, especially if you've noticed a tendency of constant recalibration, because fickleness is traumatizing. This is why when someone is constantly changing their mind, it can hurt all of those around them, because it doesn't allow any clarity as it relates to what something is building towards. And this is like, I am literally getting like a very Like this is a very big guide that's coming through. Like this is an angelic guide. And they're saying, like, I keep on hearing them say, the healing comes in maintaining a consistent direction. Um, Not constantly following or chasing after signs is what I keep on hearing. It feels like someone who's lost on some kind of path work where they're constantly chasing signs and not wrecking, but for no apparent reason. Bottom of the deck. I feel like your mantra right now is I've got a very important message that's coming through as it relates to spirituality. There is healthy spirituality, and then there's going off the deep end. And healthy spirituality is anything that allows the context by which the fact that it nourishes, that it enhances the experience. And this is why we sometimes, like as a spiritual worker, there are some energies I won't work towards because I say you're too much off, you're too far into spirit, right? In the context that being too far into spirit starts to damage your terrestrial experience, I will often see angelic guides step forward and say that there needs to be that modality of stoppage point because it's not the fact that there isn't something spiritually there, but it's not supportive. I keep on hearing the healthy energetic journey is one that supports it supports the terrestrial experience. It's not an escape hatch. And so I keep on seeing there's something about this energy in terms of the spiritual or energetic work they're doing that it feels like they're looking for an exit ramp. And I keep on hearing like this is why the guide's stepping up. They're saying the healthy spiritual experience is not an exit ramp off the ride, it enhances the experience. So like that's what I keep on seeing. Like it's like I see someone like diving into rabbit holes and diving back out again. And that's why they're saying make sure that someone is energetically safe to be around. Because when someone is like, I keep on seeing, when someone is like, when the guides see someone chasing after signs without asking why, it's almost like they're saying like that's the dog chasing its own tail. And I kind of see someone that's in some kind of energetic space where they're chasing after their own tail. And they're saying like don't let them catch you in the vortex of that by continually changing directions because they can't set their intention. So just kind of be mindful of that. And again, make sure that you're grounding. And I keep on seeing if something does not, if this is like, remember, inconsistency is its own form of trauma. If someone is not being consistent with you, it's almost worse if something was just bad all the time. Because at least when something's bad all the time, you know what to energetically expect. It can almost more trauma can be created in a space that when things are good, they're good, but when they're non-existent, they're awful because it leaves you like it destroy. I keep on hearing it destroys your nervous system. It literally keeps you in a state of constant. It'll fry. I keep on hearing it's going to fry your circuit board. So if this is an energy that's frying your circuit board, step away from it. And you can articulate and say, I can't. The lack of consistency is traumatizing. That's all the closure you need if that's occurring. I keep on hearing your mantra right now is the energy that's the healthy energy for you is the consistent energy is healthy. Don't ask yourself if it's good. Ask yourself if it's consistent. Thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kay. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Pops. Also, Bridget, would it be okay if we pushed your reading to tomorrow? I just want to make sure I leave enough time to be able to do one cards. And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. It's a big, I'll send you, Kay, I'll send you who the guide was that was coming through in the Discord because it's a big guide. Always chasing sign. Exactly. Thank you. Yeah, circuit board definitely fried. I can see that. The wild part about it is the guide that's reaching out to you is the guide I feel like they're reaching out to, and they don't want anything to do with them. Like, that's the thing that I'm saying. I see the guy being like, absolutely not. Like, it's like it's like Tigress. I heard that recently. A study with mice proved inconsistent reward creates obsessive. Yep, yep. The concession of acceptance. You're so welcome, Kay. I'm sending you so much support. I got you, Pops. I saw it come through. Okay. I'm sending you so much support, dear. Thank you, Pops. Okay. I'm sending you so much support. Absolutely. Hannah, yeah, no, you should have access to the Discord, dear. If you're a subscriber, it should be in your perks. All right. And just bear with me a moment. I'm just going to go ahead and take a minute to read over. And I mean, that's I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing the conversation that's coming through is that, again, healthy spirituality nourishes, it's not an escape ramp, is what I keep on seeing. It feels like someone that is like chasing after an energetic feeling. This is why, like, this is what is so difficult about some of this work that I'm seeing, you know? Sending you so much support, Kay. All right, we're reading now for Pops. All right. I've got you, dear. All right, we're doing a dream interpretation right now. Okay, we've got two different dreams coming through. First dream, two cards for the first dream, two cards for the second. First dream was a few nights ago, and the second was last night. I'm not sure where I was, but I was in a big house full of people. Chad and Lincoln were laying in bed taking a nap. I walked over to Chad and put my head against his and told him I love and miss him. I felt frustrated because he was there but not spending time with me. I asked when we would get some time, and when he sat up, his face was my first BF's when I was 18. I walked off frustrated and confused. Second, last night in my dream, I was at my mom's house where I grew up. I had Lincoln and he was a newborn. I felt like I had another newborn and my mom was taking care of it. I walked over to check on him and he was covered to keep the sun off of him because we were outside. I knew this was coming. When I picked him up, his face was Chad's face as a newborn. I have a picture of him when he was a month old and that baby had his face. Thank you. Can I get two cards each for this stream, please? Yeah. Whoop. Really? Hold on. Wait, these are the cards. I just need to get them off the ground. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Wow. Okay. All right. So I've got we've got more than four cards here, but I've got them separated out for the dreams. And it's interesting because it feels like the first dream has to do with is a guide dream to help you as it relates to navigating karmic work that you're healing from. The second dream feels it actually feels spirit, like it actually feels ancestral led because it's helping you articulate something that we've talked about that's happening in spirit right now. So the first dream that we're seeing here has to do, I would be very conscientious right now in recognizing the relationship dynamics of the relationship with that first boyfriend that you stated versus the energy of this individual. Because they're saying to me that there's a karmic wound associated with both of them that you've been more actively working on healing. And I think that a lot of it has to do with the ability to prioritize you, right? Like I almost see a situation wherein um, it almost feels like someone, I feel like I keep on hearing energy that keeps on encountering you and saying, I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough. And the thing about it, like, and I would be very curious if there was some kind of connectivity point to that first relationship that was in that same vibration, because I feel like that as you kind of advance and grow, you're recognizing that I'm not good enough can often be archetypal on someone who's given up on themselves, someone who does not, like, recognizes the change that is possible, but is choosing not to make it. And this is often why it can be so painful. You know, when we first hear, I'm not good enough, you know, we try to convince someone that they are, but they're saying that there's something about the experience that you've had that you've recognized that the reason that I'm not good enough is so devastating is they're not saying that because they feel that you are out of their league. It's almost saying to me, you've recognized the energy, the energetic vibration of someone who's given up on themselves. They've given up on showing up. They've given up on trying to meet others' expectations. And that's why I see it almost feels like a karmic violation, because often when we start to like, and we talk a lot about this in the spiritual space, you know, we're only able to meet people where we're at. We show up for ourselves because when we show up for ourselves, we show up for everyone around us. And that's why I feel like there's something about the connectivity point of the disappointment in, seeing that energetic partner like on the bed and hoping that they would spend time with you, but instead it turned into the energy of the first boyfriend that says that there's something similar in the path work in terms of trying to help someone be like, I keep on hearing the guide saying, you can't be another person's reason for existing, nor should you have to. That responsibility falls on them, because they're saying that there's something that you identify that says that when another person, like I keep on hearing, like we don't look to others for reasons to live. We live to be able to be that reason for others. So I keep on seeing that there's something very powerful about that energetic connection coming through in the dream space. As it relates to the energy with the mother in the second one, this feels more like an energetic reading in terms of what we were identifying, because I think we've already talked about in some of the dreams and some of the readings we've had that you've got a guide in spirit that's helping someone connected to you, that's moved into spirit. And so I literally was wait I didn't I was I knew I knew where the dream was going as soon as you talked about the other child and the fact that your mother is holding the child, because it's articulating, I think we've spoken about this, that the energy of your mother is helping that person on the other side. They're effectively reparenting them. And so there's something about that dream that is validating to you in terms of the fact that's further confirmation in the sense of how that energy sees it, because it almost feels to me like that's the energy of your mother saying, I'm trying to be the mother that they never had. I'm trying to reparent them in a way so they don't feel that energetic worthlessness point, that they're able to kind of build into that sense of appreciating that they're energetically worthy of love. Right, there's a lot of deep healing that's happening, and I think I told you this, like, our journeys never stop when we cross into spirit. Right, the work is never done. And so they're saying that there's something about that dream that's telling you that there's a progression of that lesson that's occurring. Bottom of the deck on this reading, it's interesting because I feel like they're helping each other. It's interesting because I also feel like there's something about that dream that they're articulating, that they're helping each other, because there's something about them helping him that says it's helping me as well. Right, it's like it feels like kind of the ultimate reciprocity. Right, because it's helping them learn things along the way too. It's very interesting. Thank you so much, Pops, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Next person we're reading for today is Angel. Angel, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And the list is closed, but if you would like to get on the list for a reading tomorrow, you can get on it now and you'll be the first person read for tomorrow. Angel, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading? And I'm going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Hillary, thank you so much for the follow, dear. I replied to myself. It's no worries, Nikki. I do that all the time. Thank you, Tigers, for those hearts. Intermittent reinforcement. I'll have to investigate that, Nikki. Yes, he's definitely using spirituality as escapism, not to ground. I'm doing the opposite. That's what I keep on. And that's the wild thing. I keep on hearing the guide that they're looking for is coming to you, is what I keep on hearing. You're so welcome, Kay. I'll reach out to you over Discord. I'll finish some of that reading. Sending you so much support. I replied to myself. Thank you guys for supporting each other. Sending you so much love. My uncle struggled with that much in his own life too. Thank you as well. Thank you guys. Whitney, thank you for the follow. Hearing other experiences helping a lot. Thank you guys for supporting each other. And Whitney, thank you for subscribing. Pops, both were addicts. Thank you for confirming. Sending you so much support on that journey. Erica, I've been having thoughts of my first boyfriend, too connected to 2 other serious relationships. Sending you support on that as well, Erica. And again, I can often do readings in that way to understand the karmic connectivity points of the lessons. Can't be another person's reason. This is powerful. We can't be, and it's not fair for us to make us feel like we are. That's awesome. Thank you, Pops. I've been growing spiritually and have been getting visions that feel like dreams. Sending you support on that journey, Kay. Ironically, she wasn't there for me growing up. They're helping each other. It's like I keep on hearing they're helping me too. This would still qualify for, would they still qualify for dream interpretations? Who, Kay? That's incredible because they both got to meet because she passed in 2014. It is incredible. Spirit's an incredible place. Midge, thank you for the follow. And thank you, Pops, for sharing those dreams with us and wishing you the best on your journey as always, dear. You've got this. Hillary, thank you for the follow. They are healing together. Hi there, Base. Yeah, I've been grounding all week. Yeah, it's a good time to be grounding right now. It's all that Taurus energy. You're welcome, Addie. Their trust issues is not my responsibility. Tap to claim uptown. Dang, I got a call and totally missed it. It's okay, Bridget. It was just a beautiful dream reading. I'll send you a message about it, Kay. Hi there, Lisa. Would visions qualify for dream interpretations? Absolutely. Yeah, if you're having a hard time interpreting, I do this in my mentorships. If you're having a hard time understanding signs or visions, we can always use a tarot to help understand. We're not at 1 cards yet, but we're getting there. Second call for Angel. If Angel's not here, we're moving to Isabel. Isabel, if you're here, can you respond in all caps? Let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question you'd like me to answer. And the list is closed, but if you'd like to get on the list for a reading tomorrow, you can get on the list and you'll be the first person read for. Have a great day, Pops. Sending you so much support, dear. Been expanding spiritually, but difficult to fully interpret it all. It usually, like that's how it works. That's the thing. It's a little hard to interpret. I'm waiting for your question, Isabel. Just let me know what it is, dear. If it was easy to interpret, it wouldn't be spiritual. That would be science. Especially at first. Yeah. All right. When is Will going to feel comfortable enough to initiate me? Can I get 3 cards? What's going on with that energy, please? This is a power struggle. I don't know what, it feels to me like someone, I got to stress this. Were you guys having a conversation about what something was when someone went away? Like this is feeling to me like I feel like you called someone out and being inconsistent on something. You know? Like, what is this? What did you is this like a situation where you asked what was going on? Like, I feel like there's something about this where I'm just seeing a situation or circumstance. Like I keep on hearing called away. Um, they need to figure out what they want. Like this is like like when I gotta say this, when you get everything you want, I gotta say, like this is what we talk about. Like you gotta be in a space to have like a healthy manifestation because I almost see like I see some kind of situation where it's like their manifestation was coming forward and now they're running in the opposite direction. You know, like everything like everything's good and well to like say that you want something, but then when it shows up and now you're scared, like I need to point this out. This is this is giving me like I keep on hearing anxiety, you know? Like this is giving me like I don't I mean, like you're perfect for me, so I'm and now I'm terrified kind of thing. Like this is giving me like this is giving me like someone who's trying to be so cool, they're about to cool themselves right out of your existence, you know? Like I and I gotta tell you, this is sometimes why I see someone who ends up in like mediocre relationships. Because when we're not, and I gotta say, like, it takes a lot of bravery to move towards our manifestation. And I literally see a situation of someone who's like, it's like they're psyching themselves out. It's giving me so I see someone being like too good to be true, you know? But the one thing I'm gonna say is if this energy comes back to you right now, make sure like I keep on hearing, don't say like let's just forget this ever, like don't forget it. It's saying to me, explain yourself. I keep on hearing because I keep on seeing that this energy is going to come back. And they're saying everything you need to know as to whether this energy is safe to move towards in terms of a manifestation is articulating in the difference between what they say when they come back. Because I keep on seeing if this is the energy that says, I don't know what you're talking about, or they try to act like something never happened, you know, then they're saying even now that they have not done enough work on themselves to come into a place of stability. But if this is the energy that comes back and says that was not okay of me, like that I should have shown up better, then there's something here that can be healed. Because I just keep on seeing like this is having to do with the space of their fear, you know, and that's the thing. Like when we are not ready for our manifestations and they come through and they feel too good to be true, like so they will be, because we'll often come into the space of energetically blowing something, you know? And that's why I keep on seeing like don't let someone try to be cool, you know? Because I just keep on seeing like, it's cool to care. It's cool to care. And this is what's wild because often when energy is too much in their ego, they're like, oh, I want this so bad. I better play cool. And being like, no, you're gonna blow it because being cool isn't cool. Like being cool is the worst because you're like, I don't care, I don't care, I don't care. Like I don't care, like cooling things off until they're like frozen solid, you know, bottom of the deck. Yeah, this is like they're so intimidated by you. Look at this. This is wild. Like these cards right now. Like I'm literally saying to them, I'm like, what's the issue? They're perfect. And I'm like, so what's happening? They're like, I'm playing cool. And I'm like, you're not playing cool. You're playing like you are blowing it. Oh, I got it. Like this is some old world beliefs. This is someone with some like who got some bad information It's like, oh, if you like, I hear someone being like, if you like someone, don't let them know you like them. That'll make them like you more. Like it's literally some, like I feel like there's somebody who's taken some really, really ridiculously bad advice. Like someone who's taken the worst advice and not failing to recognize that like the advice they gave allows another person to swoop in. Like this is wild, you know? This is someone who does not realize. I would be very conscientious if like for someone who knows this person reaches out to you, because this is literally like saying, this is literally, I keep on hearing really bad advice. Like someone being like, what should I do? And someone giving them like, just don't do anything, like keep them in a state of expectation. And meanwhile, like this is ridiculous. Um, yeah, I keep on hearing being cool is not cool. Being interested is cool. So that's why I keep on seeing like make sure someone's articulating what they mean, and make sure that they're telling you like what it is like I keep on hearing if they don't apologize for this, like just be conscientious, because like I almost see someone being like, I don't want to let someone know how much I like them kind of energy. I hate that type. It drives me nuts. Like make it make sense, you know? Thank you so much. It feels old world, like that old world energy. Like, you know what? You can't let someone know how much you like them kind of thing. Thank you so much for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings right now. The list is closed, but if you'd like to book a private reading with me, you can book one on my site. Also, if you get on the list today, you can get on. If you get on the list right now, you'll be the first one to be read for tomorrow. Bridget, can you confirm if you're okay with me reading you tomorrow, dear? And I'm just going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as I was reading. Next person on the list for today is Kim. Chrissy, I think you got on the list after the list was closed, so I'd like to ask if you'd be okay to have your reading tomorrow as well. All right. Oh, actually, no, never mind. That was Pops. I got confused. Never mind. Okay. Hold on a minute. You have a great day, Pops. Shout out to Archangel Gabriel. Big help for the process. Absolutely. It's actually interesting. I had a different one coming through for Kay's reading. I love Gabriel because Gabriel is like bro energy. I haven't called him out. So like I haven't called him out. We had a strong connection and then he freaked out and pulled back. Yeah, that's what I'm basically seeing here. We said we can meet finally because we met online. Oh geez. Like I feel like someone's worried about not being cool enough. Like I feel like someone's really worried that when you meet, they're gonna like the like I see someone being like I see someone being like, I'm worried I built myself up too much. I feel like I'm all talk. Like it feels like someone who's worried about showing up in the same position that they arrived in. You know what I mean? I keep on hearing too much buildup. I love when you say, "What is this code?" I don't mean. Listen, I don't mean f this person when I say, "Wait, what is this?" I mean it. It doesn't make sense sometimes. I love the essay that they sent me in the Discord. By the way, it helped a lot. Isn't it beautiful, Nikki? That you have to get that published somewhere. It's beautiful. It is like I see someone. No, I see someone who feels like they built themselves up too much. Like I see someone like I can never show up for who I've articulated to be. They're scared. He's like not acting on it, even though it's like what he wants. Yes, it is what is true. Oh my God, what was the wording? It's giving me Cyrano energy. It's giving me like Cyrano energy. It's someone who's like, I cannot, they're gonna be disappointed. I hear someone being like, they're gonna be so disappointed, you know? I love the essay. Yep. I feel like he's stalling because he knows us meeting will change things. I feel like they're terrified of not living up to what they've communicated to you in some way. I sent messages when you check. Yes, this makes sense. He's been trying to initiate like more communication, which feels like it's leading up to meeting. I got to tell you with something like this, I keep on hearing a date or nothing. Like, Isabel, you got to say to someone, like, this becomes terrestrial, like this becomes tangible, or no more time. Because I just keep on seeing it's like someone who keeps building something up, and the more they build it up, the more they're afraid they're not going to show up. Like, I feel like they're deeply worried that you're going to be disappointed in some way. Being too cool is just apathy to the receiving party. Exactly. Being too cool is not cool. Also insecurity. Yes. I mean, I can see, like, I see someone who's like, it feels like someone who's like, I talk a big game. Like, it's like, I see someone who's like, I did this to myself. I talked a big game, you know? Too much concern over what they will think. Exactly. No problem, Isabel. A secure person. It sounds like, I don't think it's a hater energy. I feel like there's someone who feels like they overtalk their game. Thank you. I can absolutely add that extra card, Bridget. I appreciate you. Yeah, we're about to get one cards, dear. All right, second call for Kim. If Kim's not here, we're going to move into one card readings. All right. I don't think it's a scaredy cat energy. I feel like there's too much buildup. You know what I mean? I see someone. I keep on hearing someone say, "I talked a big game." I keep on like they're holding a ball, like they're holding a ball, being like, "I talked a big game." You know? Oh, hi there, Kim. I got you. It's right. Addison's tomorrow. Kim, can you let me know if you'd like a general reading or if you have a specific question, and then we're going to move into one cards. All right, Kim, I see you, dear. Can you let me know if we're doing a general or if you have a specific question? Okay, can you let me know what that question is? I'm just confused at this point. I'm sending you so much support, Uptown. All right. I'm respecting her boundaries because of her past relationships. Can you always do that work? It's so important. Addison, my question is, we're short on time, Addison. Can I move you to tomorrow? Because I need to make sure I have time for one cards. My question is, should I send a message to Eli or should I wait for him to message me? I got you, dear. 3 cards, please. I feel like this is saying go for it. I see someone who's overwhelmed right now. I see some kind of situation of someone who is worried that they let something, like, it almost feels like embarrassed energy. Like, I see someone like navigating a space of overwhelm. Um, and not being exactly sure. Like, I almost see someone like trying to create some distance out of courtesy. Where did you leave it with this person? You know? Um, I keep on hearing someone say, I would love to hear from you. But and I would definitely articulate, listen, there's something really important about this. Has something changed? If something has changed, then they're saying that it's good if you've had a change of heart about something or you've given something some thought. Because I just keep on seeing some kind of situation where um, there may have been a miscommunication. Um, there may have been, like, I keep on seeing there may have been something here in the context of, I almost feel like someone feels like you tried to ask them for some space. You know, I almost hear someone saying, I'm trying to be respective of what you asked for, you know? Like, it feels to me like it's awkward. I keep on saying there's an awkwardness here. Like, I see someone that's like feels like they're in a corner, like they've been painted in a corner, like I don't know what to do. I don't want to say the wrong thing, you know? So I would definitely say if you feel like you left something in a way that was like confusing or required clarification, I would definitely give like a validation point in being able to, like, recognize something, especially because it almost feels like it's going to clear the air between you guys, you know? Because I just keep on like it's like I don't know why I'm getting some kind of embarrassed energy around something, you know? Like it's giving me someone who's like somewhat mortified about something. So just be mindful of that. I want to give you some bottom of the deck on this. Yeah, I mean, they're saying to me, I keep on hearing like it feels to me like someone is trying to give you some space in some capacity. You know, I keep on hearing someone who's trying to be like very mindful as to where you left it. So I definitely feel that if this was a situation where like you were the one that if you asked for something and you step back, I see someone going, I don't want to cross your boundaries. You know, I almost feel like someone who's keeping distance out of a sense of courtesy. So they're saying if something has changed, if you've reconsidered that, you know, they're saying it's safe. It's like feel free to articulate that. Because it does feel like it's going to help kind of clear the air about some confusion between you and them. I want to thank you so much for having that reading with me, Kim. And if this message, I keep on hearing distance, but someone trying to be courteous. So and I keep on hearing like if you're bringing forth an explanation, they would be very eager to hear it. Thank you so much, Kim, for having that reading with me. And if this message connected to you as well, it's very common for those who need these messages to be here to experience them. We are doing personal readings. The list is now closed. We are going to move to one card readings for subscribers. I am going to take a minute to read over some of the comments that came through as it was reading. Just bear with me a moment. Addison, we were waiting for you. I'm calling for you. All right. Make sure, listen, Uptown, make sure that you're navigating from a place of creating clarity. All right, I've got you, Susie. Hold on, I'm just reading over Kim's comments. My question is, yeah. Yes, Addison, in that case, I would also say if it's easy, yeah, I'm happy to do in that circumstance. We can probably do it before the live begins, because, and again, being respectful of what occurred today. Or if you want to do it tonight, let me know. And if you want to send a smaller, like if you want to move it into a private, I can give you a discount on a private. There was an elephant in the room after a conversation. I walked away from it. Yeah, so thank you. I keep on hearing someone would they would deeply appreciate being able to clear the air between you. Thank you for confirmation on that, dear. All right, we're getting to, and thank you, Addison. Okay, we are now doing, hold on, just going back to Susie's question. And yes, absolutely extra card tomorrow. Thank you, user 104. Where'd Susie's question go? Hold on a minute. One card from AA. Oh, got it. New connection with L. What do you think about me? Oh, I keep on hearing someone say, I wish I met you sooner. Right? Like I feel like someone is in deep recovery over things. But I do feel like there's a little bit of this energy about you and them feeling like there's something that connects you in terms of your path work. Yeah, it's never, timing is perfect. You know, I feel like there's somebody who is trying to say, I wish I'd met you sooner. But I feel like that energy saying we meet energy exactly when we need to meet them. Right? It's not too late. It's right on time. All right. One card, Hayden, please, for Ruby. I feel like there's a lot of that. I told you, I feel like there's a lot of catch-up energy every time I read for this person. And I just keep on seeing I don't make my burdens other people's responsibility. You know? Yeah, I keep on seeing this. Like I see someone is very attuned to what they feel like someone, like how they show up. And so I keep on seeing that they navigate with a lot of discernment as it relates to the realm of their responsibilities. You know, I feel like there's a little bit of this frustration. I told you this is catch up energy. This is feeling someone who's frustrated because I feel like they have to like work twice as hard as those around them to get to the same benchmark right now. The one card, it feels like someone who feels like they have the rug pulled out from under them too. One card and a message from Grandma, absolutely, for V. You're not alone. They see you. They never go anywhere. They're always sticking around us. And I see someone that's just trying to amplify. I would not be surprised if you're not sensing signs of this person, especially when you're feeling low. Because I almost have someone say when you're feeling low, they try to send you little signs that you're not alone. Bottom of the deck. I feel like they see some kind of situation that's not fair. They're not happy with it. I keep on hearing, like, I keep on hearing someone say, if I was there, I wouldn't stand for it. You know, like this is like, it's giving me a lot of this, um, like honoring your no, like especially in terms of energetic exchanges that don't feel like they're balanced. It's not your responsibility to fix everything. It's your responsibility to see if someone wants something energetically balanced with you. One card from Ms. Millie on AJ's current thoughts towards you. I feel like they're confused. They're not sure what to do. I keep on seeing that like someone's trying to navigate healthy boundaries, you know, trying to like I keep on hearing trying to hold an energetic standard. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. I feel like there's a frustration point in terms of what they feel like they can have with you and trying to not like navigate within the confines of that, trying to make sure that like they're not confusing things is what I see. I keep on hearing confused feelings. One card for Alexandra. Oh, got it. It feels like it was too much. It feels like I think that it seems to me like there's something about it that you had to navigate the obligation, and it would have been too much. I keep on seeing too like I keep on hearing that one was too much, which is interesting. Yeah, because they're saying it's not. I see one coming towards you, but one that feels like it's more accommodating to what it is that you can like manage is what I see. It feels like it was asking too much for too little, you know? Like they're saying in a way, like I don't know why, it almost feels like someone's saying like it's not. I keep on hearing an apprenticeship isn't free work. I keep on hearing an energetic exchange is not one that's entirely free. Chrissy, one card regarding that connection. I see someone in conflict with energy around them. I see energy. I see them navigating something like some kind of argument right now. It's giving me a little bit of this like, yeah, it's like when you don't tolerate other people telling you when you're wrong, it often creates a feeling of always feeling like you're right. But often it's like it's giving me force field energy because like when energy's too afraid to tell you you're wrong, you know what I mean? Like it's I keep on hearing the difference between nice and kind, right? Like when energy is trying to mollify you because they're worried about your energetic temper, you often hear things that are supportive instead of the things you need to hear. So it feels like someone going through something like that in a way. Thank you for having that reading with me, Chrissy, and thank you for being a subscriber. Uptown, you should never feel like that in a healthy partnership. Minnie, one card for divine partnership path, please. Love that question. Follow your bliss. And that's just not what it feels good. Feels good is good. You can have your manifestations and also with energy but with energy that wants the same things from with you. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, make sure you're articulating those manifestations sooner than later. Your manifestations are not going to scare away energy that's in alignment to you. It's not the last conversation, it's the first conversation. All right. One moment. Hold on a minute. All right. Okay. The list is closed right now, Morgs, but you can get on the list for tomorrow. You'll be the third person read for. I got you, Bridget. You want to save that other card for tomorrow. One card on career change. I feel like it's time. I feel like there's something about this in terms of like navigating some sense of readiness, Bottom of the deck. Yeah, I feel like you've kind of like, it says to me, like, I feel like you've kind of like mastered something, or you've gotten your handle on something that feels like you're ready for a change. You know, I see you almost in a space of wanting to learn something. Thank you so much. I would take the discount private. Okay. Uh, are you on the Discord, Addison? Message me. Okay. We can probably have that later tonight. One card, spirit led for Nikki. Thank you for that for that crown. Keep on navigating from a place of positivity. I see you healing from a lot of trauma right now. Remember, as long as you're talking through it, not reacting to it, you're healing from it. Oh, sending you support on that journey uptown. That does not sound ideal. Haley, I want you to manifest, like prioritize energy that prioritizes you and wants the same things from you. Haley, one card on what to invest my time, money, and energy towards for the rest of the year. I got you, Haley. It feels like educational path work. This feels like learning some kind of new skill. Like this is very intentional. Like new path work is what I see. Yeah, it feels like expanding your toolkit, opening up your toolbox, learning how to do something in a way that you haven't before. But it almost feels adjacent to what you do. All right. You're welcome. Susie, he seems very sweet and we got along so well. Very happy to hear that, Susie. One card, spirit led for Sonia. Consistency. Your priority right now is consistency and partnership and connections and opportunities, right? Bottom of the deck. Yeah, you know, the thing about it is you have to be patient with something that you're doing. It's not going to be smooth sailing when you start something, right? It takes time to build consistency. So just continue to forgive yourself, continue to recognize you're going through a learning process right now. Don't get caught in the regret space. Just identify what it is that you could be doing better. One card for Erica on relationship, please. You again, you know what your manifestations are. Make sure you're talking those plans. You might even want to have, like, if you're in relationship, you might want to start having meetings talking about goals or defining what those goals are. Yep. The difference between a wish and a manifestation is a plan. So make sure you're just not talking about what you wish. Make sure that you're actually doing the work to plan what that looks like. One card for Kay on divine counterpart connection, please. I mean, energy again, you prioritize energy that prioritizes you and wants the same things from you. I feel like that's the manifestation you have to work through right now. You prioritize energy that prioritizes you and wants the same things from you. Bottom of the deck. It shouldn't feel like a tug of war. It shouldn't feel like a tug of war. I also see, like, again, we can be supportive to each other's journey, but it shouldn't feel like we have to save each other from ourselves. We save ourselves for each other. So make sure that you're not taking on too much burden of responsibility and relationality to where you find another person. I keep on hearing, you did not create that within them. That's what you found. Trying hard not to feel trapped in believing I will never, don't feel like that. Don't feel like that at all, okay? I want you writing down your manifestations right now on what it feels like to be in those partnerships. The live kept glitching. Oh, V, I apologize for that, dear. Well, you know what? If you head over to the place where we keep the videos, it should be there, if that helps, once we complete this. All right. All right, final call right now for those who have our subscribers who have not had a card pulled today. And thank you guys for supporting each other in the live. I got you, Sin. One card, angel led, please. I feel like you're working with them, you know? I feel like the more that you're able to embody that, like the more, like, they're giving me a lot of this, like, remember, I keep on hearing, remember that you are the angelic force in the lives of those around you as well. You know, like nothing, like the angelic energy is always absolutely happy when they see us working towards that in the same way. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, especially it's not about finding ideal situations. It's looking at situations and saying, how can I make this more ideal? Like that's how you match their vibration. You're so welcome, Chrissy. Absolutely. You're so welcome, Sonia. You're so welcome, Nikki. Hannah, I got you. Uh, it's my day. These are subscriber readings. So if you'd like to become a subscriber, I'm happy to pull a card for you. It's my day. All right. Yeah, yay, trauma. Nikki, you crack me up, dear. All right. One card, please. Oh, Grace, wait, Grace. Oh, is that you, dear? Okay, sorry, I understand. One card for Grace. I understand now. Choose peace. Make peace. Don't like it takes a lot of peace to be peaceful. Don't like I keep on saying, don't avoid it. Move in direction of what feels like it creates it. Yeah, it's not about like no avoidance. It's navigating situations as you find them. Like be the force of peace. Hannah, I'm going to pull a card for you right now, spirit led. Hannah, again, just be consistent right now in something. I feel like you're moving towards a breakthrough point, but you might not even recognize it. There's something about you showing up. Yeah, you showing up consistently is having an effect on something that you might not recognize. Continue to be that force of constancy. You're so welcome, Nikki. Thank you. Someone just asked me out of the blue yesterday. I would consider becoming. Oh my God, that's amazing, Bridget. I love that. Amazing. We talked about this Monday. I'm learning wood burning. That resonates. Thank you, Haley. I'm wishing you luck on that journey. You're so welcome, Sonia. Midge, these are one card readings for subscribers if you'd like to become a subscriber. One card angelic guidance for Bella, please. Don't be afraid. Do the brave thing. You know, put yourself out there. Bottom of the deck. Yeah, because I almost see someone who like it doesn't want to overstep, you know, like it feels to me like someone who would be like if someone else is shy, like it allows you to be the person that steps forward, right? Like move something in the right direction and have a positive like hope for the best. All right, you're so welcome, dear. All right, my friends, Whitney, one card for Whitney. Make those plans right now. Don't wait. Do it now. No more procrastinating. What is this procrastinating? Yeah, like look, the best time to do something was back then. This is the second best time. All right, I want you to have a get done day, right? Hard part first. Pick a day where you do the hardest thing. You just do one thing on your list each day. All right, Jocelyn, guidance, please. You are not a mess. You are a work in progress. Don't let anyone convince you otherwise. Who is this? You know, energy has notes, like understand why they might be feeling triggered by you. It's not, again, rejection is an illusion. If someone can't say something to your face, it's often because you're triggering something in them. That's not your responsibility. All right, my friends. Heather, I didn't see yours. Can you just let me know what you'd like, Heather? And then just a reminder to those who are joining us. Sasha, these are one card readings for subscribers. Checking on my kiddo. Got you, dear. I feel like they could have a confidence boost. Make sure you remind them how powerful they are and how much, like, again, that they're capable of everything. I feel like they often doubt themselves. Bottom of the deck. Yeah. It's, again, help remind them that they're not a mess. They're a work in progress. Right? Like letting, like, just continue to say, like, look, I'm there when you need me. I don't want to overstep, but I just want to let you know I'm here. You know, like it's saying to me, like little touch points, just those reminders. You're so welcome. My friends, we've reached the conclusion of our reads for today. I want to thank you guys so much for being here and receiving them. We will be back on tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST, 11 a.m. Eastern. If you would like to be notified when I've gone live, you can just head over to my profile. There's a bell there. Activating that bell will turn on notifications. You can also register directly for the event tomorrow because sometimes the notifications don't get pushed on this app, but if you register, it definitely will be. If you just became a subscriber today, welcome. Thank you for joining the collective. I would encourage you to head over to our subscriber-only Discord channel and introduce yourself to the collective. You will also find in the perk section a special coupon code that will give you an additional discount to our Substacks class subscription. Our next class will be held on May 14th at 6 p.m. PST, 9 p.m. Eastern. We will be continuing our studies in the tarot and the death card. I'd love to give a huge thank you to my followers, old and new. Thank you for being here today and sharing in these messages. Huge thank you to my subscribers. Your ongoing support means the absolute world to me. And thank you so much for my mods and all of your help today. I hope you guys have an absolutely beautiful day. Please take care of yourselves. Please take care of one another. And we'll do this again tomorrow. Have a great day, everyone.